This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've never really told anyone the full story of what happened at my sister's birthday party back in '95. I was 13 then, and my sister Melissa was turning 9. We'd moved to Commerce City, Colorado about 6 months before, and my parents were trying to make her birthday special since she'd had trouble making friends at her new school. Mom had gone all out with decorations, balloons everywhere, a homemade cake with this princess theme Melissa was obsessed with, and she'd even hired this clown that made balloon animals. The whole house smelled like chocolate cake and pizza. I remember being bored out of my mind for most of it. I mean, what 13-year-old wants to hang out with a bunch of 9-year-olds, right? After the cake and presents, all the adults were sitting around the kitchen table drinking coffee, and us kids were left to entertain ourselves in the basement. There were maybe 7 or 8 of us down there, including me, Melissa, and this kid Tommy from next door who was about my age. His mum had made him come along to help supervise or whatever. I don't even remember who suggested it first. Might have been Tommy, but someone brought up the idea of doing a seance. All the kids got super excited like it was the coolest thing they'd ever heard. I pretended to be above it all, but honestly, I was kind of into the idea too. We didn't have an actual Ouija board or anything, so we made one by writing out the alphabet on notebook paper in this big circle, with yes and no at the top and goodbye at the bottom. We used one of my dad's shot glasses as the planchette. I'd swiped it from the cabinet upstairs when no one was looking. The funny thing is, my mum came downstairs right as we were setting up. Instead of shutting it down like I expected, she actually seemed interested. She'd had a couple glasses of wine by then, and was in this weird mood where she was trying to be the cool mom. She sat down with us and offered to be the medium. "I used to do this with my friends when I was a teenager," she told us, placing her fingertips lightly on the shot glass. "Everyone needs to touch it gently, and we'll ask if there are any spirits who want to talk to us." So we all crowded around this makeshift board on the basement floor, the overhead light turned off with just this one lamp in the corner, giving everything this creepy yellow glow. My sister's birthday candles were still burning on a table nearby, these 9 little flames that made shadows dance on the walls. Mom asked, "Is anyone there?" And nothing happened at first. The little kids were giggling nervously, and I remember rolling my eyes, thinking this was so stupid. But then the glass started to move, just a little at first, then more deliberately toward yes. I was convinced my mom was pushing it, but she looked genuinely surprised. "Who are we speaking with?" she asked. The glass moved to spell out ELVIS. Everyone burst out laughing. "Elvis Presley?" Tommy asked, and the glass slid to yes again. I couldn't help myself. "Prove it," I said. "Tell us something only Elvis would know." The glass started moving. LOVEMETENDER. "That's just the name of one of his songs," I said. "Anyone would know that." GRACELANDBATHROOMDIED. "Everyone knows Elvis died on the toilet," I argued. I was being a jerk, but I was convinced someone was moving the glass on purpose. The younger kids were half scared, half laughing, but suddenly the glass got really aggressive, moving much faster than before. NOTELVISSTUPIDKID. My mom looked concerned. "Who are we speaking with then?" she asked. "BRIAN. "Brian who?" Tommy asked. BRIANLONG. Mom asked, "Brian, did you live around here?" "Yes." "When did you die, Brian?" I asked, suddenly feeling less skeptical and more uneasy. The glass moved to spell out EIGHTYSEVEN. "Where did you go to school?" my mom asked. ADAMSCITYHIGH. That sent a chill through me. Atom City High was where I would have gone if we'd stayed in our old neighborhood. We'd moved just before I started middle school. "How did you die?" Tommy asked, his voice suddenly serious. "DROWNED. Where?" someone else asked. Estcoastvation. My mom seemed genuinely freaked out now. I think maybe we should stop, she said, but none of us wanted to. The younger kids were wide-eyed and totally hooked. How old were you? I asked. Sixteen. I felt this weird connection forming. This wasn't some famous person or ancient ghost. This was just a regular kid, not much older than me, who'd gone to a school I knew. It felt real somehow. Is there anything you want to tell us? Melissa asked in her small voice. The glass moved to spell BIRTHDAYGIRL. That's me, Melissa whispered. It's my birthday. WATCHCANDLE. All of us turned to look at the birthday candle still burning on the table about 10 feet away from our circle. As we watched, one of the candles, the one in the middle, started to dim. It wasn't like someone blew on it. The flame just got smaller and smaller until it was barely there, a tiny blue flicker. Then, just as it seemed about to go out completely, it suddenly flared up brighter than before, almost twice its normal size, burning intensely for a few seconds before returning to normal. None of us had moved. We were all sitting in our circle, hands still on the shot glass, too far away to have affected the candle in any way. When we turned back to the board, the glass was already moving. HAPPYBIRTHDAY. Melissa started crying, not from fear, but from this weird kind of joy. Thank you, she whispered. My mom was visibly shaken. I think that's enough for tonight, kids, she said, standing up abruptly. Time for cake and ice cream. But we'd already had cake earlier and everyone knew it. The younger kids seemed relieved to stop, but I couldn't stop thinking about Brian. After everyone went home and my family went to bed, I snuck back downstairs with a flashlight and the makeshift board. I set everything up just like before and put my fingers on the shot glass. Brian, are you still here? I whispered. The glass moved slowly to yes. For the next hour, I talked with Brian. He told me about growing up in Commerce City, about drowning during a family trip to California, about watching his parents grieve. I asked if he was lonely, and he said sometimes, but that he had others like me to talk to. Over the next few weeks, I kept coming back to the board. I'd wait until everyone was asleep, then sneak down to the basement with my makeshift Ouija board. Brian became almost like a friend. He'd tell me about what high school was like, warn me about certain teachers I might get if I went to Adams City High. Sometimes he'd tell me about what it was like being dead, but he said there were rules about how much he could share. One night, about a month after the birthday party, I asked Brian if he could do the candle trick again. The glass spelled out TOOTIREDTAKESENERGY. I asked if talking to me made him tired, and he said no, that he liked our conversations. He told me he wished he'd had a little brother when he was alive. Then one night in October, I came down as usual and asked for Brian. The glass moved differently, more hesitantly. When I asked if it was Brian, the glass moved to no. Who is it then? I asked. FRIENDOFBRIAN. Where's Brian? I felt a sinking feeling in my stomach. MOVEDON. What do you mean, moved on? Where did he go? HEAVENHISTIMECAME. I felt tears welling up in my eyes, which was stupid because how can you miss someone you never actually met? But I did. Can I talk to him again? I asked. No, gone forever. I sat there in the dark basement for a long time, just staring at the board. Finally, I folded up the paper, put the shot glass back in the cabinet upstairs, and never tried to contact spirits again. A few years later, when I was in high school myself, I got curious and tried looking up information about Brian Long. I checked old yearbooks at the library, searched newspaper archives for drowning accidents, even asked some teachers who'd been at Adams City High since the 80s. I never found any record of him. Sometimes I wonder if my mom was moving the glass that night, if it was all just an elaborate birthday surprise for my sister. But that doesn't explain the candle. To this day, I can't explain how that flame dimmed and then flared up again when none of us were anywhere near it. And if my mom was faking, why would she look so genuinely disturbed by the whole thing? I'm 38 now, with kids of my own, and I've never let them play with Ouija boards or do seances. Call me superstitious, but some doors, once opened, are hard to close again. I don't know if Brian was real, if he was some kind of lost soul, or just a product of our collective imagination that night. But sometimes, when I'm alone in a quiet room with candles burning, I find myself watching the flames, half expecting them to dip and flare as if carrying a message from somewhere beyond. Story 2. I've never told this story publicly before. For the longest time, I couldn't even talk about it without breaking down. Even now, typing this out, my hands are shaking and I keep looking over my shoulder. But I need to share what happened to me last year when I was home from college for spring break. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. I'm a pretty normal college student. I study marketing, hang out with friends, and until last year, I would have told you I didn't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. That changed during what should have been a relaxing week at my family home in Meadowbrook. My grandmother had passed away just 4 days before I came home. It was unexpected. A stroke took her quickly. We were all devastated, especially me. She and I had always been close. She used to call me her little light and tell me I had something special about me, though she never really explained what she meant. The first night home was rough. We just had the funeral that morning and everyone was emotionally drained. My old bedroom was being renovated, so I was sleeping on the couch in our game room downstairs. It was comfortable enough, and honestly, I was so exhausted I could have slept anywhere. I remember checking my phone before falling asleep. It was around 11:30. I crashed hard, falling into a deep sleep almost instantly. What happened next? I still struggled to explain it logically. I woke up, or at least I thought I was awake, at what I later found out was around 3 in the morning. Immediately, I knew something was wrong. I couldn't move. Not even my eyelids would open. My entire body felt like it was made of concrete. I'd heard about sleep paralysis before, so at first I tried to stay calm, telling myself it would pass. But then I felt it, a presence entering the room, not like someone walking in, but like something seeping in, like cold water filling up a bathtub. The temperature dropped so suddenly I could see my breath when I finally managed to crack my eyes open just slightly. I still couldn't move. But now I was panicking. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might break my ribs. And that's when I felt them. Hands, cold, impossibly strong hands wrapping around my throat. At the same time, another hand, or what felt like a hand, covered my nose and mouth. I couldn't breathe. This wasn't just sleep paralysis anymore. Something was actively trying to suffocate me. I struggled against the invisible weight on my chest, trying desperately to move any part of my body, to fight back somehow. As black spots started dancing in my vision from lack of oxygen, I heard a voice, a woman's voice, urgent but somehow calm, saying, "Emily, you need to move. You need to fight back now." The voice was so familiar, but in my panic, I couldn't place it. All I knew was that if I didn't do something right that second, I was going to die on that couch. With everything I had left, I managed to move my right arm. It felt like pushing through concrete, but I did it. I swung wildly, punching at whatever was attacking me. My fist didn't connect with anything solid, but the moment I completed the motion, everything changed. Suddenly I could move. I shot upright, gasping for air, my lungs burning as they filled with oxygen. My throat felt bruised, and I was coughing uncontrollably. And that's when I saw it. Standing at the foot of the couch was a figure, not a solid person, but something like dark smoke in the rough shape of a man, tall, at least 6 feet, with broad shoulders. No distinct facial features except for what looked like eyes, 2 points of deeper darkness within the shadow. As I stared at it, frozen in terror, it made a sound, a laugh, low and satisfied, like it had accomplished something. Then, as I watched, it backed away, and literally passed through the wall like it was nothing more than air. I sat there for what felt like hours, too terrified to move, my back pressed against the arm of the couch, knees pulled up to my chest. Eventually dawn came, and with the first rays of sunlight, I finally felt safe enough to get up. My throat was sore all day, and when I checked in the bathroom mirror, there were faint bruise marks, like fingerprints, on my neck. I didn't tell anyone. What would I even say? That a smoke monster tried to strangle me in my sleep? They'd think I was having some kind of breakdown over Grandma's death. So I stayed quiet, convinced myself it was just an extremely vivid nightmare combined with grief. That night, I almost asked to sleep in my sister Katie's room, but I didn't want to seem childish, and I still half believed I had imagined the whole thing. So I ended up back on that same couch, telling myself nothing would happen again. I was wrong. I fell asleep around midnight, exhausted from a day of barely functioning due to fear and lack of sleep. This time, when I woke up paralyzed, I knew immediately what was happening. The same cold feeling filled the room, the same heaviness pressed down on my chest. But now I recognized the presence. It had been waiting for me to return. Again, I couldn't move. Again, those invisible hands wrapped around my throat, this time even tighter than before. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Not even a whisper. Emily. The same female voice from the night before cut through my panic. Emily, listen to me. You are the protector of this house now. If it kills you, everyone here is in danger. You have to fight it. And suddenly I recognized the voice. It was my grandmother. The realization hit me like a bucket of ice water. My grandmother, who had died less than a week ago, was somehow here, trying to help me. The shadow figure seemed to notice her presence too, because it suddenly became more aggressive. The pressure on my throat intensified, and I felt like my windpipe was about to collapse. Cold fingers dug into my skin, and through my barely open eyes, I could see the shadow taking more solid form, leaning over me. Something inside me snapped. Maybe it was hearing my grandmother's voice, or maybe it was pure survival instinct, but I found strength I didn't know I had. Though my body was still mostly paralyzed, I managed to whisper, "You're not welcome here." The pressure on my throat faltered for just a second, and I seized the opportunity. With every ounce of will I possessed, I forced my right arm to move again, swinging it through the shadow's form. At the same time, I mentally screamed at it, picturing a bright light pushing it away. The effect was instant. The shadow figure recoiled as if struck. It drew back from me, its form rippling like disturbed water. I could move again, and I sat up, staring directly at it. Something told me not to show fear, so I held its gaze, or where I thought its eyes would be. "You are not welcome in this house," I said, my voice hoarse but steady. "Get out." The shadow man seemed to grow larger for a moment, expanding until it nearly touched the ceiling. Then it made that terrible laughing sound again, but this time it sounded less confident. It backed away toward the wall, just like the night before. But before it disappeared, the game room door flew open. My sister Katie stood there in her pajamas, looking terrified. "Emily?" she called out. "Are you okay?" I heard. She stopped mid-sentence, her eyes widening as she saw the shadow figure. It turned toward her, and I saw her face go completely white. Then, without warning, the shadow rushed toward the wall and vanished, leaving nothing but a cold spot in the air where it had been. Katie ran to me, her hands shaking as she grabbed my shoulders. "What the hell was that? Did you see that?" I burst into tears, partly from relief that it was over, partly from the shock of having someone else witness it, confirming I wasn't crazy. Between sobs, I told her everything that had happened, both that night and the night before. When I mentioned our grandmother's voice, Katie's expression changed from fear to astonishment. "I heard her too," she whispered. I was sound asleep, and then I heard Grandma clear as day saying, "Katie, wake up. Emily needs you now. That's why I came down here." We stayed up the rest of the night, huddled together on the couch with all the lights on. We talked about what our grandmother had said about me being the protector of the house and what that could possibly mean. Katie remembered that our grandmother used to talk about certain women in our family having the sight, an ability to see and fight against spiritual threats. She'd never mentioned me specifically, but Katie remembered her saying once that the gift usually appears when the previous protector passes away. The shadow man never came back after that night, at least not yet. Katie and I agreed not to tell our parents. They were already dealing with enough grief over losing Grandma. But sometimes I catch my mom looking at me strangely, like she knows something changed in me that weekend. It's been almost a year now. I've done research on shadow entities and family protectors. I've found some information that resonates with my experience, but nothing that fully explains what happened. The bruises on my neck faded after a few days, but sometimes when I'm really tired, I can still feel those cold fingers pressing against my skin. I don't know why the shadow man targeted me, or why my grandmother chose me to be the next protector. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be protecting my family from. All I know is that something wanted me dead, and something else, or someone else, helped me fight it off. I still sleep with the lights on. I still wake up at 3 in the morning sometimes, my heart racing, convinced I can feel a presence in the room, and I still wonder what my grandmother meant. What exactly am I supposed to protect my family from? And more importantly, what happens when it comes back? Because somehow, I know it will. Story 3. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. Growing up, I laughed at those ghost hunter shows and thought people who claimed to see spirits were either attention-seeking or just plain confused. That changed in 1990 when I was working as a technician at a medical school morgue in Southern California. I'd been working there for about 3 years by then. The job wasn't glamorous, but it paid well, and honestly I'd gotten used to it. Embalming bodies, preparing cadavers for students, handling paperwork. It became routine. The smell of formaldehyde no longer bothered me. The sight of death was just part of my daily life. That day started like any other. I arrived at 7 in the morning, checked the schedule, and saw I had 3 bodies to work on. Nothing unusual. The morgue was in the basement of the medical building. Cold concrete walls painted that institutional pale green, fluorescent lights that hummed constantly, and the perpetual chill that never quite left even in the summer heat. I remember it was a Tuesday, and the place was unusually quiet. Most of the students were at some conference, and my supervisor had taken a personal day. It was just me until the afternoon shift arrived around 3. I didn't mind working alone. It was peaceful, and I could focus without distractions. The first 2 procedures went smoothly. Just standard embalming work on elderly donors, a man in his 80s who'd died of heart failure, and a woman in her 70s who'd had a stroke. I'd been at it for about 3 hours straight, completely focused on my work. My back was starting to ache from standing hunched over for so long. The third case was another elderly man, probably in his 70s. Nothing complicated, just routine work. I finished around noon and decided to take a lunch break. I'd been working non-stop and needed to rest my eyes and stretch my legs. I peeled off my gloves, washed my hands thoroughly at the large stainless steel sink, and was just drying them when I caught something in my peripheral vision. Something by the vertical refrigerators where we stored the embalmed bodies. At first, I thought one of my co-workers had come in early. I turned my head ready to say hello when my blood turned to ice. There was someone standing there, an elderly man with thinning white hair, wearing what looked like a hospital gown. But he wasn't solid. I could see the outlines of the refrigerator handles through his body. He was partially transparent, like looking at someone through frosted glass, but definitely human-shaped, definitely there. I froze, completely froze. My hands still dripping water onto the concrete floor. I couldn't even blink. Every instinct told me to run, but my body wouldn't respond. It was like my brain just short-circuited. The figure didn't move at first. It just stood there facing the refrigerators. Then, slowly, so slowly it felt like time itself had thickened, it turned toward me. I saw its face, an old man's face, lined and tired, with sunken eyes that somehow managed to look right at me despite not being fully solid. We stared at each other for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. Then, like cigarette smoke being blown away, it started to dissipate from the edges inward. First, the outline of his body faded, then his torso, and finally his face, until there was nothing left but empty space. I stood there, still frozen, for God knows how long. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. My hands were shaking. I kept blinking, half expecting the figure to reappear, but the space remained empty. Eventually, I managed to move. I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off that spot by the refrigerators, until I bumped into the door. I fumbled for the handle and practically fell into the hallway, gasping for air like I'd been underwater. I sat in the break room for nearly an hour, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. Maybe I was tired. Maybe the fumes from the chemicals had gotten to me. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks after staring at dead bodies all morning, but deep down, I knew what I'd seen. When William, my co-worker, came in around 1, I was still sitting there clutching a cold cup of coffee I hadn't touched. He took one look at me and asked if I was okay. "I think I saw something," I said, my voice sounding strange even to myself. "In the morgue, by the refrigerators." William sat down across from me, his expression oddly calm. "Let me guess," he said. "Elderly guy? White hair? Hospital gown?" My stomach dropped. "You've seen him too?" William nodded, completely casual, like we were discussing the weather. "Oh yeah, a few times now. He's harmless." I couldn't believe how nonchalant he was being. "What do you mean, harmless? It's a fucking ghost, William." He shrugged. "Been here for months, just stands there, sometimes looks around, never does anything. I kind of enjoy having him around, to be honest. Gets lonely down here." I stared at him, wondering if he was messing with me. But William wasn't the joking type, and the look on his face was dead serious. "Has anyone else seen him?" I asked. "Joe has," William said, pouring himself some coffee. "Freaked him out pretty bad. He refused to work alone after that, but most people don't notice anything." I spent the rest of that day jumping at every noise, constantly looking over my shoulder. I couldn't concentrate on my work. Every time I had to go near those refrigerators, my heart would start racing, but the apparition didn't return. Joe came in around 2, and I immediately cornered him in the locker room. "William says you've seen it too. The ghost." Joe's face went pale. He was younger than me, maybe mid-20s, and he'd only been working at the morgue for about 6 months. "Don't talk about that thing, man," he whispered, glancing around like the ghost might be listening. "It's not right. It shouldn't be here." "What do you mean?" I pressed. "The dead should stay dead," Joe said, his voice shaking slightly. "They shouldn't be walking around watching us. It's not natural." His fear was contagious, and I felt that cold dread creeping back up my spine. For the rest of the day, there was this tension in the air. William went about his business like nothing was wrong, but Joe and I kept exchanging nervous glances. Every time the refrigerator motors kicked on, we'd both jump. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept seeing that face whenever I closed my eyes. The way it had looked at me, not threatening, not angry, just aware. Like it knew I could see it, and that was somehow worse than if it had tried to scare me. The next few days were tense. I kept expecting to see the apparition again, but there was nothing, just the usual morgue routine. Joe called in sick twice, and when he did come in, he looked terrible. Dark circles under his eyes, jumpy and distracted. William, on the other hand, seemed completely unfazed. I caught him talking to empty air once by those same refrigerators, a small smile on his face like he was chatting with an old friend. Then, about 4 days after my experience, Lola from the paperwork office stopped by during our lunch break. Lola was in her 50s, with graying hair always tied back in a bun, and she was known around the morgue for being into spiritual stuff. Crystals, tarot cards, that kind of thing. She attended seances regularly with some group in town. "I heard about your visitor," she said, sitting down next to me in the break room. Joe immediately got up and left, but William leaned forward, interested. "What do you know about it?" I asked. "We had a meeting last night," Lola said, her voice hushed even though it was just the 3 of us in the room. Our medium sensed something connected to this place. She said there's a spirit here who's confused. He doesn't know where to go. I felt goosebumps rising on my arms. Did she say anything else? Lola nodded. She kept getting the letter W over and over, said it was important somehow. William and I exchanged glances. W for William, he suggested, pointing to himself. Maybe, Lola said, but she felt it was connected to the spirit itself. After Lola left, William suggested we check the records for the bodies currently in storage. There were about 20 at that time, waiting for either burial, cremation, or use in the med school. We went through the logbook, checking each name. Nothing stood out until we got to the refrigerator where I'd seen the apparition. The body inside was labeled William Wood. I felt the blood drain from my face. William, there was the W Lola's medium had sensed, and the body had been brought in just a day before I saw the ghost. Holy shit, William whispered, looking as shocked as I felt. It's him. We pulled out the drawer and looked at the body. It was the same elderly man I'd seen standing by the refrigerators, same thinning white hair, same lined face. He'd died of natural causes at a local nursing home with no family to claim the body, so he'd been donated to the medical school. He's confused, I said, remembering Lola's words. He doesn't know he's dead. I couldn't explain any of this logically. I'd never believed in ghosts or spirits or any of that supernatural stuff. But standing there, looking at the physical body of the man I'd seen as an apparition, I couldn't deny what had happened. The strange thing is, after we identified him, the ghost stopped appearing. At least I never saw him again. William claimed he caught glimpses sometimes, but Joe and I saw nothing. It was like once we knew who he was, William Wood had found whatever peace he needed. I've thought a lot about what happened that day. The best explanation I can come up with is that after 3 hours of intense concentration on my work, my conscious mind had lowered its barriers enough that my subconscious could perceive something that was always there but normally invisible to us. Or maybe it was just a hallucination brought on by fatigue and chemical fumes. That's what the rational part of my brain wants to believe. But deep down, I know what I saw. And working in that morgue, surrounded by death every day, it's not hard to believe that the veil between our world and whatever comes next is thinner in some places than others. If spirits do exist, where else would they linger but in the places where their bodies rest? I still work with the dead, but now I approach each body with a new awareness. When I'm alone in the morgue late at night, I sometimes feel like I'm being watched, and maybe I am. Maybe William Wood wasn't the only one who stuck around after death. Maybe they're all there, just beyond our perception, watching us handle their empty shells. I don't know, and that's what scares me the most. Story 4. I've always known I was different. My grandmother was the first to notice it when I was about 5 years old. She'd catch me staring at empty corners or talking to imaginary friends that no one else could see. Eventually, she took me aside and explained that I had what people in our culture call a partially open third eye, the ability to perceive things from the spiritual realm that others can't. It wasn't until 2nd grade that I truly understood what this meant. Growing up in Pasir Ris, a coastal town in Singapore, meant being surrounded by a mix of modern buildings and areas thick with local superstition. Our neighborhood park was particularly notorious. During the 7th lunar month, what some call the Hungry Ghost Festival, most families avoided it after dark, but my mother didn't believe in such nonsense and would still cut through it on our way home from evening errands. One night during this festival period, we were walking through the park when I spotted something hanging from a large angsana tree. At first I thought it was just a large bag or maybe decorations for the festival. But as we got closer, I could make out the distinct shape of a person, a corpse, suspended by a coarse rope, gently swaying despite there being no wind. The face was bloated, the eyes bulging, and the tongue protruding slightly. "Mom," I tugged at her sleeve, pointing toward the tree. "Why is that person hanging there? Should we call the police?" My mother followed my gaze and saw nothing. "What person? Stop making things up, Leon. It's getting late." I insisted, becoming increasingly upset, describing exactly what I was seeing. My mother's face paled and she practically dragged me home. Later that night, I overheard her telling my father that I had her grandmother's gift and that they needed to teach me how to protect myself. Our old family home was the worst. It was a two-story semi-detached house that my parents had gotten for a surprisingly good price. Within weeks of moving in, I started seeing them, Indonesian ghosts, according to my grandmother, who visited often after hearing about my incidents. The most terrifying was what appeared to be a human head attached to a bird's body. It would perch on our mango tree outside my bedroom window, peering in with hollow eye sockets. Sometimes at night I'd hear scratching at the window screen, and if I dared look, I'd see its face pressed against the glass, mouth stretched in an impossibly wide grin. My parents moved my bedroom to the other side of the house, but it didn't help much. These entities weren't confined to specific spots. Around age 12, the dreams started. Not ordinary nightmares, but vivid, detailed scenes of people dying. Sometimes accidents, sometimes murders. I'd wake up sweating, heart racing, unable to shake the images from my mind. The worst part came days or weeks later, when I'd see the same incidents reported on the news. After the third time this happened, I stopped telling my parents. The look of fear in their eyes was too much to bear. One particular school trip still haunts me 15 years later. We visited a World War II memorial park where many civilians had been massacred during the Japanese occupation. As soon as our class entered the grounds, I felt a heaviness in the air that made it difficult to breathe. While my classmates chatted excitedly about being out of school, I began hearing voices, whispers at first, then growing louder until they became screams. Thousands of agonized screams surrounding me, begging for help, crying out names of loved ones. I collapsed right there, hands pressed against my ears, tears streaming down my face. My teacher thought I was having some kind of panic attack and called my parents to pick me up. I never told anyone what really happened. How could I explain hearing the echoes of a massacre that occurred decades before I was born? When I moved into my current apartment 5 years ago, I thought things might improve. It was a new building, no history to haunt it. But my gift doesn't work that way. Within weeks, the experiences started again, though different from before. The lucid dreams are the worst. I'll be aware that I'm dreaming, but unable to wake myself up. That's when they come. What some might call sleep demons. They appear as monkeys with glowing red eyes sitting on my chest, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Sometimes they whisper things in languages I don't understand, their hot breath on my face smelling like rotting meat. I've learned some techniques to deal with these visitations. I keep blessed salt around my bed. I have protective symbols hidden around my apartment, and I've learned to strengthen my mental barriers. But they still get through sometimes. There's an old belief in many Asian traditions that houses have guardian spirits. Most are harmless, even protective, as long as you acknowledge them with respect. I believe this, and for the most part, I've made peace with the entities in my home, except for one that seems to enjoy annoying me. When I'm gaming at my computer, I'll feel something nudge my elbow, causing me to miss critical shots. Other times it feels like a cat dropping onto my bed, even though I don't own a pet. I've started addressing it directly. Can you please not do that right now? I'm trying to concentrate. Sometimes it listens, sometimes it doesn't. But last year, something happened that went beyond these relatively harmless interactions. I had gone to bed around midnight, making sure to lock my bedroom door, as I always do. Around 3 in the morning, I was jolted awake by my door handle rattling violently, as if someone was desperately trying to break in. This wasn't the gentle testing of a door that might be open. This was aggressive, angry, like whatever was on the other side needed to get in. I froze in terror, watching the handle move up and down rapidly, the entire door shaking in its frame. This continued for what felt like forever, but was probably only about 30 seconds. Then, abruptly, it stopped. Complete silence followed. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, sitting upright in bed with my back against the wall, staring at the door. When morning came, I cautiously checked the handle and found it noticeably loose, as if someone had been trying to wrench it off. I live alone. There was no one else in my apartment who could have done this. I called a locksmith that day and had the entire lock replaced with a sturdier one. For several months afterward, nothing happened, and I started to relax a bit. Maybe whatever it was had moved on. Then, about 3 months ago, it started again, but different this time. Rather than the violent rattling, I heard a careful, methodical turning of the handle, slowly, quietly, as if whatever was trying to get in didn't want to wake me. This was somehow more terrifying than the aggressive approach. It felt calculated, patient. I've started sleeping with a small light on and have placed a heavy chair under my doorknob for added security. But I can't shake the feeling that these precautions are merely delaying the inevitable. The most terrifying incident happened just 2 weeks ago. I had been working late and was exhausted when I finally went to bed. In my fatigue, I forgot to lock my door. I woke sometime in the middle of the night with that unmistakable feeling of being watched. Keeping my eyes mostly closed, I peered through my lashes and saw my bedroom door slowly swing open. Something entered. I couldn't make out a clear shape in the darkness, just a deeper shadow moving against the shadows of my room. It approached my bed silently, and I forced myself to keep my breathing deep and regular, pretending to be asleep. The entity stood beside my bed for what felt like an eternity. Then slowly, it leaned down, bringing its face directly above mine. I could feel cold breathing over my face, smelling faintly of earth and something metallic. It was checking if I was truly asleep. I've never been more terrified in my life, but some instinct told me that revealing I was awake would be dangerous. So I lay there, heart pounding so hard, I was certain it would give me away, as this thing examined me from inches away. After what seemed like hours but was probably only minutes, it straightened up and retreated back toward the door. Before leaving, it paused, as if considering something. Then it pulled the door closed behind it with a soft click. I didn't move until daylight. When I finally got up, my legs were so weak they could barely support me. I checked the entire apartment, but of course found nothing. I wish I could say these experiences have gotten easier over time, but they haven't. I've just learned to live with them, to recognize patterns, to protect myself as best I can. My grandmother taught me that my third eye isn't a curse. It's simply a different way of perceiving the world. The spiritual realm exists alongside our physical one, whether we can see it or not. Sometimes I wonder what it would be like to be normal, to walk through an old building and feel nothing, to sleep without visitors, to not know when someone is about to die. But then I remember what my grandmother said before she passed. Those who can see between the worlds are needed. We are the bridges, the warning systems, the ones who remember what others forget. I still don't know what wants to get into my room at night. Part of me never wants to find out. All I know is that the door stays locked now, no matter how tired I am. Story 5. I still can't sleep properly after what happened 3 nights ago. I've told a couple friends, but they just laughed it off, saying I must have been tired or had too many beers by the campfire. But I know what I heard, I know what I felt, and I'm still trying to make sense of it. So I'm 19, and I've been camping around Pinecrest pretty much my entire life. My dad used to take me when I was a kid, and now that I'm in college, I go there alone sometimes when I need to clear my head. There's this spot about 2 miles off the main road that's perfect. Secluded enough that you don't get random hikers walking by, but not so deep in the woods that you'd get hopelessly lost. Last weekend was midterm week, and after my final exam on Friday, I just needed to get away from everything. I threw my tent, sleeping bag, and some basic supplies in my car and headed out to Pinecrest around 4 in the afternoon. The drive took about an hour, and I had plenty of daylight left to set up camp. When I reached my usual spot, everything felt normal. The weather was perfect, not too cold for October, with just enough chill in the air to make a campfire feel amazing. I set up my tent, gathered some firewood, and got a nice fire going as the sun was setting. I didn't bring any alcohol, contrary to what my friends think. just some sandwiches, chips and water. I wanted a clear head to enjoy the peace and quiet. I spent the evening just sitting by the fire, scrolling through my phone until I lost service, which happens pretty quickly out there, and then just watching the flames. It's therapeutic, you know, just watching the wood burn and listening to the forest around you. Occasionally I'd hear an owl or some rustling in the bushes from small animals, but nothing unusual. Around 11 at night, I noticed my fire was dying down, and I was running out of the wood I'd gathered earlier. Normally, I'd go collect more, but something stopped me. I don't know what it was, just this weird feeling in my gut that I shouldn't venture into the darkness beyond my little campsite. It wasn't fear exactly, more like instinct. So instead, I decided to let the fire burn out naturally and get some sleep. By midnight, the fire was just embers. I had my sleeping bag laid out next to the remains of the fire pit. The night was clear enough that I could see thousands of stars overhead, so I decided to sleep outside my tent. I've done it before. It's amazing to fall asleep looking at the stars. I must have been lying there for about 20 minutes, still awake but getting drowsy, when I first heard it. Footsteps on the gravel road that runs about 30 yards from my campsite. Clear, distinct footsteps, crunching on the gravel in a steady rhythm. At first, I thought it was just another camper heading back to their site. But then I realized how strange it was. It was well past midnight, pitch black with just a sliver of moon, and this road doesn't lead to any official campgrounds. It only connects to some old farms and eventually back to the main road toward town. The footsteps were getting louder, which meant whoever it was getting closer to where I was. My fire was completely out by then, just some faintly glowing embers, and I was lying flat on the ground in my dark sleeping bag. There's no way anyone walking on that road could see me, especially in the darkness. I stayed completely still. I don't know why, but I didn't want whoever it was to know I was there. The footsteps continued, steady and deliberate. Not rushed, not sneaking. Just a normal walking pace, but there was something off about them. They sounded heavy, like boots on gravel, but also strangely hollow. As the footsteps passed parallel to my position, I sat up slightly and squinted toward the road. I couldn't see a damn thing. No flashlight, no phone light, no silhouette against the night sky. Just darkness, but the footsteps were unmistakable. Then I did something I still can't explain. I got up, shoved my feet into my boots without tying them, and started following the sound. I didn't grab my phone or flashlight. I just started walking toward the road, and then in the direction of the footsteps. It wasn't a conscious decision, really. I was heading back toward town anyway. I'd only planned to stay one night, and this person happened to be going in the same direction. At least that's what I told myself. But honestly, something about those footsteps pulled at me. I felt like I needed to know who was out there. I stayed about 50 feet behind, following purely by sound since I couldn't see anything. The gravel crunched under my boots too, but the night was so quiet that I could still clearly hear the footsteps ahead of me. They maintained that same steady rhythm, not too fast, not too slow, just walking, always the same pace, never changing. We must have walked for about 10 minutes like this. I passed an old abandoned farm on my right. The Barrett place, locals call it, been empty for years. As I passed it, I felt a cold spot in the air, like walking through a pocket of winter in the middle of an autumn night. It lasted just a second, but it made the hair on my arms stand up. That's when it happened. The footsteps stopped, not gradually, not with any change in pace or hesitation. They just ceased completely, mid-step. One moment they were there, the next, total silence. I stopped too, confused but not immediately alarmed. I figured maybe they'd heard me and stopped to listen, so I waited. 30 seconds passed. A minute, nothing. I started walking again, thinking maybe they'd turned off somewhere and I just hadn't heard it. The gravel road was straight here with dense forest on both sides. There weren't any obvious places to turn off, but maybe there was a trail I didn't know about. I continued for another few minutes, passing the old farm again. Wait, that couldn't be right. I'd already passed the Barrett place. I turned around, disoriented, trying to get my bearings in the darkness. Had I somehow gotten turned around? No, the stars were still where they should be. I was still heading toward town. That's when I felt it. That creeping sensation of being watched. You know that feeling when the back of your neck tingles and your skin feels tight? Yeah, that. I turned around, half expecting to see someone standing right behind me, but there was nothing but darkness. I stood there for what felt like forever, just listening. The forest was completely silent. No wind in the trees, no animals, no distant cars, and definitely no footsteps. It was the kind of silence that feels physical, like it's pressing against your eardrums. What bothered me most was how the footsteps had stopped. If someone had left the road to hide in the forest, I would have heard it. Branches breaking, leaves crunching, something. But there had been nothing, just footsteps. Then complete silence, as if whoever or whatever had been walking had simply vanished into thin air. I started walking again, faster this time, no longer caring if my own footsteps made noise. I just wanted to get back to my campsite, grab my stuff, and get the hell out of there. But as I walked, I realized I wasn't sure which direction my campsite was anymore. I'd been following the footsteps for longer than I thought, and in the darkness, every part of the road looked the same. That's when I heard it again. Footsteps, but this time, they were behind me. I froze. The footsteps continued, maintaining that same steady rhythm, coming closer. I couldn't move. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The footsteps drew nearer, closer, closer, and then they stopped again, this time just a few feet behind me. I could feel a presence there, something standing right behind me, close enough that I should have been able to hear breathing, should have felt body heat, should have sensed another human being. But there was nothing, just that overwhelming sense of a presence. I don't know how long I stood there, too terrified to move or even breathe properly. Finally, I managed to force myself to turn around. Nothing. Just the empty road stretching back into darkness. I ran. I just ran as fast as I could down that gravel road, not caring about direction or where I was going. My untied boots threatened to trip me with every step, but pure adrenaline kept me upright. After what felt like forever, I saw lights ahead, the main road. I'd somehow made it back to civilization. I stopped at the intersection, bent over with my hands on my knees, gasping for breath. As I stood there trying to calm down, I heard it one last time, those same footsteps coming up the road behind me. But when they reached the point where the forest road met the main road, they stopped, and this time, they didn't start again. I walked the 3 miles back to town along the main road, under the streetlights. I came back for my car and camping gear the next day in broad daylight with a friend. I've been trying to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was just another hiker. Maybe I was more tired than I realized. Maybe it was some kind of weird echo effect in the forest. But deep down, I know none of those explanations make sense. The unnatural way those footsteps stopped. The impossible feeling of passing the same farmhouse twice while walking in a straight line. The complete lack of any visual presence despite the unmistakable sound of someone walking. It's been 3 nights, and I still jump at every unexpected sound. I keep thinking about those footsteps and wondering what would have happened if I'd stayed at my campsite that night, or worse, what might have happened if whatever was making those footsteps had decided not to stop following me. I don't know what was on that road with me that night, but I know it wasn't human, and I know I'm never camping alone in those woods again. Story 6. I never believed in ghosts or spirits or any of that paranormal stuff until last summer. I've always been the practical type, the guy who rolls his eyes at ghost stories and has a logical explanation for every creaking floorboard. But what happened to me in our Jacksonville home completely changed my perspective. I'm still trying to make sense of it all, and I honestly don't know if I ever will. For context, I'd been recovering from back surgery about 3 weeks before the incident. Nothing too major, just a herniated disc that had been giving me hell for months. The doctor told me to take it easy, but anyone who's had back issues knows how frustrating it is to just sit around all day. By the 3rd week, I was going stir-crazy and decided some light activity wouldn't hurt. My wife Kelly and I had moved into this two-story house about 8 months earlier. It was a nice place in a quiet neighborhood, built in the 80s, decent-sized yard, the works. We'd been slowly renovating room by room, and I'd been putting off the upstairs office because of the hideous floral wallpaper the previous owners had put up. Since I couldn't do anything too strenuous, I figured removing wallpaper would be safe enough. That morning started like any other. Kelly mentioned she was going to spend some time by the pool since it was supposed to hit 95 degrees that day. I remember kissing her on the cheek and joking that she'd better put on sunscreen or she'd look like a lobster by dinner. Just a normal conversation between husband and wife. Nothing felt off or strange. I headed upstairs around 11 in the morning with my steamer, scraper, and a bucket of warm water with some vinegar mixed in. The office was at the end of the hallway, directly across from the stairs. I propped the door open to get some airflow since the room got pretty stuffy, especially in the Florida summer heat. I remember thinking how the air conditioning barely reached that room, and I was already sweating after just 15 minutes of work. The wallpaper was coming off easier than I expected. I had the radio playing some classic rock station, and I was actually enjoying the mindless work. It felt good to be productive again after weeks of Netflix and painkillers. I'd been at it for maybe an hour, carefully peeling back sections of this gaudy pink and green floral pattern when it happened. I was standing on a small step stool, working on a section near the ceiling. The radio was playing Don't Fear the Reaper, which seems eerily appropriate now looking back. I had just gotten a good grip on a stubborn piece when I heard it, clear as day, right behind me. Oh no. It was a woman's voice, soft but distinct, and it sounded concerned, almost worried. I automatically assumed it was Kelly, maybe coming to check if I was pushing myself too hard. Hey babe, it's fine. I'm being careful with my... I turned around mid-sentence, already smiling, but the words died in my throat. There was nobody there. The doorway was empty. The hallway beyond was empty. I stood frozen on that step stool for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. I felt the hair on my arms stand up, and a chill ran down my spine despite the heat. "Kelly?" I called out, louder this time. No answer. I told myself I must have imagined it, or maybe it was something from the radio, though deep down I knew it wasn't. The voice had been too clear, too close. It was right behind me, almost like someone was standing there watching me work. I stepped down from the stool, feeling suddenly uneasy in that room. The rational part of my brain kept saying there had to be a logical explanation, but another part of me, a primal part I didn't even know existed, was screaming at me to get out of there. I decided to check downstairs, thinking maybe Kelly had called up to me and then walked away. I headed toward the staircase, still trying to shake off the weird feeling. Our staircase isn't particularly steep, but it's all hardwood with no carpet, and it makes a complete turn halfway down with a small landing. From the top, you can see straight down to the foyer. I reached the edge of the top step and called out again. "Kelly, was that you just now?" And that's when it happened. I felt two hands, solid, firm hands, press hard against my back. It wasn't a gentle nudge or an accidental bump. This was deliberate, powerful, and unmistakably meant to send me down those stairs. There was no time to grab the railing, no time to brace myself. 1 second I was standing at the top of the stairs, and the next I was airborne, tumbling forward. I remember the sickening feeling of my stomach dropping, the split-second realization that this was going to be bad, and then the pain as I hit the steps. I bounced and rolled down the entire flight, hitting the landing with my shoulder before continuing down the second half. Each impact sent shock waves of agony through my barely healed back. I heard myself yell out, but it seemed distant, like it was someone else's voice. When I finally came to a stop at the bottom, I was lying face down on the foyer floor, stunned and in the worst pain I'd ever experienced. For a few minutes, I couldn't move. I just lay there, trying to catch my breath, terrified that I'd re-injured my back or worse. The pain was blinding, radiating from my spine throughout my entire body. But even through the pain, one thought kept screaming in my mind. Someone had pushed me. Someone had deliberately shoved me down those stairs. I managed to roll onto my side and looked up the staircase, half expecting to see someone standing there, but there was no one, just the empty landing and the hallway beyond. "Kelly!" I shouted, my voice strained and panicked. "Kelly!" No answer. The house was completely silent, except for the faint sound of the radio still playing upstairs. With excruciating effort, I pulled myself up using the bottom newel post of the staircase. Every movement sent spasms of pain through my back, but the adrenaline and fear pushed me forward. I needed to find Kelly, and I needed to get out of that house. I staggered through the living room to the sliding glass doors that led to the backyard. My vision was blurring at the edges, and I had to stop several times, leaning against furniture to catch my breath. When I finally made it to the door and looked outside, I saw her. Kelly was lying on a lounge chair by the pool, sunglasses on, completely unaware of what had just happened. I slid the door open with shaking hands and called out to her. She sat up immediately, alarm crossing her face as she took in my appearance. I must have looked terrible, pale, sweaty, probably already bruising. "George, oh my God, what happened?" She rushed over to me, helping me to a chair on the patio. "Someone pushed me," I said, my voice trembling. "Someone pushed me down the stairs." Kelly looked confused. "What do you mean someone pushed you? Who?" "I don't know," I said, and then explained everything, the voice turning around to find no one there, the hands on my back. As I spoke, I could see her expression change from concern to disbelief and then to fear. "George, there's no one else in the house," she said slowly. "I've been out here the whole time. I would have seen if anyone came in or out the back, and the front door is locked." "I know what I felt, Kelly," I insisted. "Someone pushed me. Hard. With both hands." She helped me inside and called the doctor. I ended up back in the hospital that night. Severe bruising, a sprained wrist from trying to catch myself, and thankfully no serious damage to my recent surgical site, though it was a close call. The doctor assumed I had lost my balance due to pain medication or just general unsteadiness after surgery. Kelly didn't contradict this theory in front of him, but I could tell she was troubled. When we got home the next day, neither of us wanted to go upstairs. Kelly went up briefly to turn off the radio I'd left on and to gather some things we needed, but she practically ran back down. We set up a temporary bedroom in the living room for the next few days. Eventually, I had to face those stairs again. With Kelly beside me, I slowly made my way up, sweating not from exertion, but from fear. We checked every room, every closet, looking for any sign of an intruder or any explanation for what had happened. There was nothing, just the half-removed wallpaper in the office, my tools still scattered where I'd left them. But standing in that room again, I felt it, a heaviness, a sense that we weren't alone. Kelly felt it too. I could tell by the way she stayed close to me, her eyes darting to the corners of the room. That night we started researching the house's history. We hadn't done much digging when we bought it. It was in our price range, in a good neighborhood, and we were excited to make it our own. But now we needed answers. We couldn't find anything concrete. No records of deaths in the house, no notorious crimes. The previous owners had been an elderly couple who moved to Arizona to be closer to their grandkids. Nothing suspicious there, but I knew what I experienced. I knew those hands on my back were real. Something or someone in that house had tried to hurt me, and it seemed specifically triggered by my removal of the wallpaper in that office. We lived in that house for another year, and strangely, nothing else ever happened. No more voices, no more phantom hands, no unexplained noises or moved objects. Just a normal house. But I never went back into that office alone. We hired professionals to finish the renovation, and I always made sure Kelly was home if I needed to go in there. The incident changed me fundamentally. I went from being a skeptic to someone who checks over his shoulder in empty rooms. I'm hyper-aware of my surroundings now, especially on staircases, and I believe, truly believe, in things I can't see or explain. We eventually moved away from Jacksonville altogether. Kelly got a job offer in another state, and we both jumped at the chance for a fresh start. We never told the new owners about what happened. What would we even say? By the way, there might be a ghost that really doesn't like wallpaper removal. To this day, I don't know what pushed me down those stairs. Was it a ghost? A residual energy? My imagination combined with a loss of balance? I've gone over it countless times in my mind, and I always come back to the same certainty. Those hands were real. That voice was real. Sometimes I wonder if it was attached to the wallpaper somehow, or if I disturbed something that had been dormant in that room. All I know for sure is that something supernatural exists in this world, and for one terrifying moment, it focused its attention on me. I still have nightmares about falling, about hands on my back sending me into emptiness. I don't think those will ever go away completely, but at least in our new house, when I hear a strange noise or feel a sudden chill, I can tell myself it's just the heating system or the wind. Most of the time, I almost believe it. Story 7. I still get chills thinking about what happened during that business trip to Venice 3 years ago. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or supernatural stuff, but I honestly can't explain what happened that night, and it still bothers me to this day. My company had sent a team of us to attend a marketing conference. To save on costs, we were paired up to share hotel rooms. I was rooming with my colleague Sophia, who I knew fairly well from working on several projects together. We weren't super close friends, but we got along well enough that sharing a room for 4 nights wasn't going to be a problem. The hotel was this beautiful old building near the Grand Canal. You know how Venice is. Everything is ancient and has this weird mix of being gorgeous, but also kind of creepy at the same time. Our room was on the 3rd floor with these tall windows and heavy curtains. It had 2 single beds with a nightstand between them, a dresser and a bathroom with one of those sliding pocket doors. After a long day of travel and the first conference session, we all went out for dinner and drinks. I was exhausted from the flight and jet lag, so around 11:30 I told everyone I needed to call it a night. Sophia wanted to stay out with some of the others, which was fine with me. I remember her saying she wouldn't be too late since we both had early sessions the next day. I got back to our room, took a quick shower, and was in bed by midnight. I fell asleep almost immediately, but then something weird happened. I'm not sure how long I'd been asleep when I started feeling these vibrations. Not like my phone vibrating, but like the air around my bed was somehow vibrating. It's hard to explain. I've had sleep paralysis and even some astral projection experiences before, where it feels like your body is vibrating from the inside. But this was different. It was coming from outside me. I could feel it in the air, almost like pressure waves moving around my bed. I was still half asleep and tried to ignore it, thinking it was just my mind playing tricks because of the jet lag. But then I heard the door to our room open. The light from the hallway briefly lit up the room before the door closed. I figured it was Sophia coming back, so I kept my eyes closed, trying to go back to sleep. Then the main lights in the room turned on. Through my half-open eyes, I could see Sophia, or what I thought was Sophia, moving around the room. She went to the dresser drawer where she'd unpacked her things earlier, rummaged around for something, and then walked back toward the door. I remember thinking it was weird that she turned the lights on just to grab something and leave again, but I was too tired to say anything. The strangest part was that she left without turning the lights off. I was annoyed, but too exhausted to get up and turn them off myself. I just rolled over, put my arm over my eyes, and somehow managed to fall back asleep despite the brightness. When I woke up again, sunlight was streaming through a gap in the curtains. I checked my phone. It was almost 7 in the morning. I looked over at Sophia's bed, and it was empty. The covers were still neatly made, just like when we checked in. I figured she must have stayed out all night drinking with the others and crashed in someone else's room. I sent her a quick text asking if she was okay, then rolled over and tried to get a bit more sleep before we had to be at the conference. I dozed off again and woke up around 8. To my surprise, Sophia was now in her bed, fast asleep. I was confused. I hadn't heard her come in, and I'm usually a light sleeper. I needed to use the bathroom, so I got up quietly, trying not to wake her. But when I tried to slide open the bathroom door, it wouldn't budge. I pushed harder, thinking it might be stuck, but it was definitely locked from the inside. That's when I felt the first real wave of uneasiness. How could the bathroom door be locked from the inside when neither of us had been in there? I tried again, rattling the door a bit, which woke up Sophia. "What's going on?" she mumbled, sitting up in bed. "The bathroom door is locked," I told her. "From the inside." She looked confused. "What? How is that possible?" "I don't know. When did you get back last night?" I asked. Sophia gave me a strange look. "What do you mean?" "I came back just after midnight, maybe 20 minutes after you left. You were already asleep." Now I was really confused. "But your bed was empty when I woke up earlier." "I've been here all night," she insisted. "I came in, the lights were already on, which I thought was weird because I figured you'd have turned them off to sleep. I went to bed and crashed immediately." We stared at each other for a moment, both trying to process what the other was saying. Neither of our stories made sense. I distinctly remembered seeing someone I thought was Sophia come in, turn on the lights, and then leave again. She swore she came back shortly after I did and went straight to bed. The bathroom door was still locked. We tried pushing and pulling, but it wouldn't budge. The hotel was old and the doors weren't the sturdiest, so Sophia suggested we try to force it. We ended up using a butter knife from the minibar coffee set to slide between the door and the frame to push back the lock mechanism. After several attempts, we finally got it open. The bathroom was empty. No one was in there. Nothing was out of place. Just an empty bathroom with the lock pushed into the locked position. That's when I got really freaked out. The sliding door had no external lock. It could only be locked from the inside by pushing a button on the handle. There was no way it could have locked itself. "Maybe housekeeping came in and used the bathroom," Sophia suggested. But we both knew that made no sense. Housekeeping wouldn't have come in during the night, and they certainly wouldn't have locked the bathroom door from the inside and then, disappeared. We were both thoroughly creeped out but tried to rationalize it. Maybe the lock was faulty. Maybe one of us had sleepwalked, but neither explanation felt right. We got ready for the conference in uncomfortable silence, both trying to make sense of what had happened. At breakfast, we met up with two other colleagues who were sharing a room down the hall from us, David and Mike. "You guys sleep okay?" David asked, noticing our tense expressions. I hesitated, but Sophia jumped in. "Actually, something really weird happened in our room last night." We told them about the mysterious bathroom door and our conflicting accounts of when Sophia had returned to the room. Instead of laughing it off like I expected, they both got quiet. "That's really strange," Mike said slowly, "because something weird happened in our room too." According to them, they had pushed their beds to opposite sides of the room when they checked in. Neither wanted to sleep too close to the other. They were certain the beds were at least 6 feet apart when they went to sleep. But when they woke up in the morning, the beds were pushed together in the center of the room, with barely an inch between them. "We both thought the other one had moved them as some kind of weird joke," David said. "But neither of us did it. And those beds are heavy. They make a ton of noise when you move them. There's no way one of us could have done it without waking the other." A cold feeling spread through my chest. One weird incident could be explained away, but two separate, unexplainable events in the same hotel on the same night. Throughout the conference that day, I couldn't focus. I kept thinking about those vibrations I'd felt around my bed and the figure I'd seen that I thought was Sophia, who or what had come into our room, turned on the lights, and then left. And how had the bathroom door locked itself from the inside? That night, neither Sophia nor I wanted to be alone in the room, so we joined the others for dinner and stayed out late. When we finally went back, we left the bathroom door wide open and wedged a chair under the main door handle. We even left a small light on. Nothing strange happened that night, or for the rest of the trip. We never told our other colleagues about what happened. It sounded too crazy, and we didn't want to become the office joke. But Sophia and I still bring it up sometimes when we're alone. She's convinced it was some kind of prank by the other team members, but that doesn't explain how the bathroom door got locked from the inside. I've researched the hotel since then and haven't found any stories about it being haunted or anything like that. But I still can't shake the feeling that something was in our room that night. Something that wasn't supposed to be there. I don't have a neat explanation or conclusion. All I know is that what happened in that Venetian hotel room doesn't make sense, And to this day, I still get that same cold feeling when I think about those vibrations around my bed and the bathroom door that locked itself from the inside. Story 8. I still have a hard time talking about what happened last October. It's been almost 8 months, but I get this awful feeling in my stomach every time I think about it. I've never been someone who believes in the paranormal or supernatural, but what happened to me has completely changed my perspective on reality. I don't have any explanation for it, and I'm still trying to process everything. For context, I'm a 22-year-old graduate student at Pine Haven University. It's a small college town where everyone knows everyone, which made what happened even more terrifying. I've always been pretty routine-oriented. I go to the same coffee shop every morning, take the same route to class, sit at the same table in the union to study. Nothing exciting, just a normal life. Everything started when I came down with a nasty flu in early October. It hit me hard on a Monday night. Fever, chills, the whole thing. I emailed my professors Tuesday morning, letting them know I wouldn't be in class for a few days. I live alone in a small apartment about a mile from campus, and I basically planned to just hibernate until I felt better. By Wednesday, I was still feeling awful, barely able to get out of bed, except to grab water or use the bathroom. I'd been binge-watching shows and sleeping most of the time. Around noon, I got a text from my friend Jess asking if I was feeling better. I told her I was still sick and probably wouldn't be back until Monday. She replied with something that made me freeze. "That's weird, because Allison swore she saw you in the library this morning." I stared at my phone for a good minute. That was impossible. I hadn't left my apartment in 2 days. I texted back that she must have seen someone who looked like me, and she agreed that must be it. I didn't think much more about it. People mistake others all the time, right? Thursday is when things got really strange. I was starting to feel a little better, but still hadn't left my apartment. Around 2 in the afternoon, my phone buzzed with a message from my project partner, Mike. "Hey, did you finish the research for our presentation? You said you'd send it to me when we talked at lunch." My heart started racing. I hadn't spoken to Mike in days, and I definitely hadn't had lunch with him. I called him immediately. "What do you mean we talked at lunch?" I asked when he picked up. "At the union," he said, sounding confused. "Like an hour ago. You were sitting at your usual table and we talked about the presentation. You said you'd finished the research and would send it to me this afternoon." I felt like I couldn't breathe. "Mike, I've been home sick all week. I haven't been to campus since Monday." There was a long pause. "Sarah, I literally just saw you. We had a 15-minute conversation. You were wearing that green sweater you always wear and had your hair in a braid." The description sent chills down my spine. The green sweater was hanging in my closet, and I hadn't worn my hair in a braid in weeks. "That wasn't me," I whispered. Mike laughed uncomfortably. "Are you messing with me? Because it's not funny." I convinced him to send me a picture the next time he saw me on campus, and we hung up. I sat there staring at the wall, trying to make sense of what was happening. 2 people had now seen me in places I hadn't been. Was I losing my mind? Was this some elaborate prank? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe there was a new student who looked like me. Maybe my friends were confused, maybe Mike was messing with me, but deep down I knew something was seriously wrong. Friday morning I woke up feeling much better physically, but mentally I was a wreck. I'd barely slept, my mind racing with possibilities, none of them good. I decided to stay home one more day, partly because I was still recovering, but mostly because I was afraid of what might happen if I went to campus. Around 11, my phone exploded with notifications. My friend Taylor had posted a photo in our group chat from the coffee shop near campus, and there I was, clear as day, standing in line, except it wasn't me. I was still in my pajamas, sitting on my couch, looking at my phone. The person in the photo was wearing clothes I owned, had my hair styled exactly how I usually wear it, and was even carrying my distinctive blue water bottle. The angle wasn't great, just a side profile, but it was unmistakably me. I called Taylor immediately, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. "Why did you post that photo?" I demanded when she answered. "What? I thought you'd think it was funny that I caught you before you saw me," she said. "Taylor, that's not me in that photo." "What are you talking about? I just saw you like 20 minutes ago. I called your name, but you didn't hear me, so I snapped a quick pic to tease you about ignoring me." My blood ran cold. "I'm at home. I've been home all week. I'm sick." "Sarah, I literally just saw you. You were getting your usual latte. You even had that little scuff on your shoe from when you tripped last week." That detail made me feel physically ill. The scuff was from when I'd tripped on the stairs outside the science building. It was a tiny detail no one would know to replicate. I hung up and immediately took a selfie in my apartment, showing the timestamp on my phone and the news playing on my TV. I sent it to our group chat with the message, "I am at home. I have been home all week. Whoever you're seeing is not me." The responses came flooding in: confusion, disbelief, concern about my mental health. Someone suggested I had a secret twin. Another joked about clones. No one seemed to grasp how terrifying this was for me. By mid-afternoon, I'd received messages from 6 different people who had seen me around campus that day. Each encounter was slightly different, but they all described me doing things I would normally do, wearing clothes I owned, following my usual routine. At 6:20 that evening, I got a text from Ryan, a guy I'd been friends with since freshman year. "Why did you ignore me earlier? I waved and called your name, and you just walked right past me. Megan and Chris saw it too." I felt like I was going to throw up. I called Ryan, and he picked up on the second ring. "Where did you see me?" I asked, not bothering with a greeting. "Outside the Union, like an hour ago. You were walking toward the parking lot." What was I wearing? "Your red jacket and those black boots you always wear when it's cold." "Sarah, what's going on? Are you okay?" I wasn't okay. Not even close. I told Ryan everything. About being sick all week, about the multiple sightings, about how I hadn't left my apartment in days. "This isn't funny anymore," he said, his voice tight. "If this is some kind of performance art project or social experiment—" "It's not," I almost screamed. "I'm terrified, Ryan. Someone or something is walking around campus looking exactly like me, talking to my friends, following my routine. How is this possible?" There was a long pause before he spoke again. "Look, Megan took a video of you walking away after you ignored us. Let me send it to you." A moment later, my phone buzzed with a notification. With trembling fingers, I opened the video. It was short, maybe 10 seconds. The quality wasn't great. It was getting dark, and Megan had obviously zoomed in. But there I was, walking away from the camera, my red jacket bright against the evening sky. My walk, my posture, the way my hair fell against my back, all perfectly me. The figure turned slightly at one point, and though the face wasn't clear, I could see enough to know it was my profile. I dropped my phone like it had burned me. After a few minutes of just sitting there trying to breathe, I called my mom. I was crying so hard, she could barely understand me at first. When I finally managed to explain what was happening, there was silence on the other end. "Sarah," she finally said, her voice gentle but concerned. "Honey, I think you might need to see someone. This sounds like, well, it doesn't sound like you're thinking clearly." "Mom, I'm not making this up. People are seeing me places I haven't been." "Or maybe you're confused about where you've been," she suggested carefully. "Sometimes when we're sick, with a high fever—" "I have proof," I interrupted. "People have photos and videos of me in places I wasn't. Please, Mom, you have to believe me." She promised to drive up the next morning. It was about a 3-hour drive from my hometown to Pine Haven. I agreed to stay in my apartment until she arrived. After hanging up, I sat in the dark, too afraid to turn on the lights. What if someone or something was watching me? What if whatever was pretending to be me could see through my eyes somehow? The thought made me physically ill. I checked all the locks on my doors and windows, then sat with my back against the wall, where I could see both the front door and the balcony door. I didn't want to sleep. I was afraid of what might happen if I closed my eyes. Around midnight, my phone rang. It was an unknown number. Against my better judgment, I answered. "Hello?" I whispered. "Is this Sarah Mitchell?" asked an unfamiliar female voice. "Yes, who's this?" "This is campus security. We've had some concerns about your behavior today. Several students reported that you were acting strangely in the library this evening." My mouth went dry. "I wasn't in the library. I haven't been on campus all week." The security officer sounded confused. "Ma'am, we have you on security footage in the library from 7 p.m. until closing at 11. You were asked to leave by the staff because you were sitting in the corner staring at people without moving for over an hour. Students reported feeling uncomfortable." I couldn't speak. My double had evolved from just walking around campus to behavior that was drawing attention. Negative attention. "Are you saying someone is impersonating me?" the officer asked, her tone now suspicious. I don't know what's happening," I admitted. "But I've been home all day, all week." "Well, someone using your ID card swiped into the library at 6:58 p.m. If that wasn't you, you should report your card missing." But my ID card was right there in my wallet. I checked to be sure. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat against the wall, jumping at every sound, watching the door like I expected it to burst open at any moment. What would happen if I came face to face with myself? Morning came, and with it more messages, more sightings, more confusion from friends. My double had apparently been busy, showing up at the early breakfast place I sometimes went to, sitting in the park reading, walking through the arts building, always alone, always following my usual patterns, but becoming increasingly odd in behavior, staring too long, not responding when spoken to, standing motionless in odd places. When my mum finally arrived around 11, I nearly collapsed with relief. She looked worried sick as I let her in, taking in my disheveled appearance and the dark circles under my eyes. "You look awful," she said, pulling me into a hug. "I told you, I'm not making this up," I said into her shoulder. She pulled back to look at me. "I believe that you believe it," she said carefully. "But honey, what you're describing isn't possible." "I have proof," I insisted, grabbing my phone to show her the video Ryan had sent. As I scrolled through my messages, my blood froze. The video was gone. So were all the messages where people had described seeing me. It was as if the conversations had been edited with huge gaps where those messages should have been. "No, no, no," I muttered, frantically searching. "They were right here. All the messages, the photo from the coffee shop, the video, they're gone." My mom gently took the phone from my hands. "Sarah, I think we need to get you some help." I looked up at her, suddenly afraid of what she might be thinking. "You think I'm crazy?" "I think you're exhausted and you've been sick, and maybe—" She was interrupted by a knock at the door. We both turned to look. No one ever came to my apartment unannounced. My mom went to answer it while I stood frozen in the middle of the room. I heard her open the door, and then there was silence, complete silence. "Mom?" I called after a moment. She didn't respond. I took a step toward the door, then another. When I reached the entryway, I saw my mom standing there, door open, staring out at nothing. There was no one there. "Mom? Who was it?" She turned to me slowly, her face pale. I don't know. I thought I saw, but then there was no one there. A chill ran through me. "What did you think you saw?" She shook her head, like she was trying to clear it. "For a second I thought I saw you standing there, but that's ridiculous, because you're right here." Story 9. I've never told this story publicly before. Not because I didn't think anyone would believe me, but because even after all these years, typing this out makes my hands shake. I was 12 when it happened. We'd moved to Elmwood the summer before I started middle school. Me, Mom, Rebecca, and Dad, Daniel. The house was this old 2-story place built sometime in the 40s. It wasn't exactly falling apart, but it definitely had character, as my mom liked to say. The kind of character that meant creaky floorboards, doors that would stick, and windows that rattled when the wind blew too hard. From the moment we moved in, I noticed something off about the place. The house always seemed darker than it should be, even with all the lights on. The shadows in the corners looked weird, not just dark, but almost solid, like they were leaning against the walls. I know that sounds crazy, but that's the only way I can describe it. I mentioned it to my parents once, but Dad just said the house had good insulation, and that's why it seemed darker. Since I was the only kid, I got stuck with the basement bedroom. My parents tried to make it sound special. You'll have your own floor, and think of all the privacy. But really, they just wanted the master bedroom and the spare room upstairs for guests. The basement was finished, at least, with actual walls and carpet, but it was still a basement. Cold, slightly damp, and filled with stacks of moving boxes we never unpacked. My bed was pushed against one wall with my dresser and desk on the other side. The only window was tiny and high up near the ceiling, barely letting in any light. I never liked sleeping down there. Even before anything happened, I'd lie awake at night listening to the house settle, the pipes gurgle, and sometimes scratching sounds I told myself were just mice in the walls. I kept a nightlight plugged in, even though I was too old for that, according to my dad. The night it happened was in October, about 3 months after we'd moved in. I remember because we'd just put up Halloween decorations the weekend before. I'd gone to bed around 10, like usual on a school night, and fallen asleep pretty quickly. I woke up suddenly around 2 in the morning. I didn't hear anything specific. It was more like that feeling when you know someone's watching you. You know that sensation, when the hairs on your neck stand up and your stomach gets tight? That's what jolted me awake. My eyes flew open, and I stayed completely still, just listening. The house was quiet except for the hum of the furnace. I slowly sat up and looked around the room, squinting in the dim glow of my nightlight. Nothing seemed out of place. The boxes were still stacked where they always were. My clothes were still piled on my desk chair. The door to the stairs was still closed, but I couldn't shake that feeling of being watched. It was so intense that I actually called out, "Hello?" My voice sounded small and pathetic in the darkness. No response, of course. I needed to pee, and I figured while I was up I might as well go to the bathroom upstairs. Plus, I just wanted to get out of the basement for a bit. I threw back my covers and put my feet on the cold floor, trying not to look at the dark corners of the room. I didn't run, but I walked quickly toward the door, reaching for the knob. That's when it happened. The door slammed shut, not like it drifted closed because of a draft. It slammed, hard enough that I felt the air move against my face. I was still about 3 feet away when it happened, so it wasn't like I'd accidentally bumped it. I froze. My heart was suddenly hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. I told myself it was just the air pressure in the house, or maybe the furnace kicking on had created a draft. That's what my dad would say, right? I took a deep breath and reached for the doorknob again. I grabbed it and tried to turn it. It turned fine, but when I pulled, the door wouldn't open. I pulled harder. Nothing. It was like someone was holding it shut from the other side. "Mom," I called out, thinking maybe one of my parents had come downstairs for some reason. No answer. "Dad?" Still nothing. I pulled again, harder this time, using both hands and leaning back with all my weight. The door bowed slightly, like it was being strained, but it wouldn't open. That's when I realized doors don't bow like that when they're locked or stuck. They only do that when something is actively holding them closed. Something was on the other side of that door, holding it shut. Panic hit me like a punch to the stomach. I started yelling and pounding on the door. "Mom, Dad, help me!" I was screaming as loud as I could, but our house had those thick floors, and I knew from experience that sound didn't travel well from the basement. My parents' bedroom was on the second floor, almost directly above the kitchen, not the basement. I kept pulling on the door, alternating between yanking the knob and slamming my shoulder against the wood. My hands were sweating so much that they kept slipping off the knob. I was crying by this point, snot running down my face, my pajamas sticking to my back with cold sweat. The worst part was that I could feel something through the door. Not physically, like I could touch it, but I could sense a presence, an awareness. Whatever was holding that door closed knew I was there, knew I was scared, and was enjoying it. I don't know how long I struggled with the door. It felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes. I was getting tired, my arms aching from pulling, when I decided to try one more time. I backed up a few steps, then ran at the door, hitting it with my shoulder like I'd seen in movies. The door suddenly gave way. Flying open so fast, I stumbled through and fell onto the bottom step. I didn't stop to think about why it had suddenly released. I just scrambled up the stairs on all fours, too terrified to look back, certain that something was right behind me, reaching for my ankles. I made it to the top of the stairs and sprinted across the dark kitchen to the bathroom on the main floor. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and turned on every light switch. Then I sat on the closed toilet lid, hugging my knees to my chest, and just shook. I was too scared to leave the bathroom. What if that thing was still out there? What if it followed me upstairs? I kept thinking I heard footsteps outside the door or breathing. I'd stare at the crack under the door, convinced I'd see shadows moving. After about an hour, I realized I still really needed to pee. I finally used the toilet, but I couldn't bring myself to turn off any of the lights, even for a second. I didn't want to go back downstairs to get my blanket either, so I just curled up on the bathroom rug, using a towel as a pillow and another one as a blanket. I left every light on and kept my eyes on the door until I eventually fell asleep from exhaustion. The next morning, my mom found me there when she got up to get ready for work. I was still curled up on the floor, stiff and cold. She immediately started asking what was wrong, if I was sick, why I was sleeping in the bathroom. I told them everything. About waking up feeling watched, about the door slamming and being held shut, about the feeling that something was on the other side. My dad immediately dismissed it. "You were having a nightmare, Mason, or sleepwalking. Doors don't slam themselves shut." But my mom believed me. I could tell by the way she looked at me, and then glanced toward the basement door. She didn't say anything in front of my dad, but later, when he'd left for work, she told me, "If you don't want to sleep down there anymore, you don't have to." I refused to go back to the basement bedroom. That night, I made a nest of blankets on the living room couch. The next night, I dragged my bedding to the hallway outside my parents' room. After 3 nights of this, they finally relented and helped me move my mattress into the guest room upstairs. Dad grumbled about it the whole time, saying I was being ridiculous and needed to grow up. But Mom didn't try to make me go back down there. She even started keeping the basement door closed all the time and would only go down there during daylight hours, usually with someone else. A few weeks later, I overheard my mom talking to one of our neighbors. She mentioned that weird things had been happening in the house. Lights she was sure she'd left on would be off when she came back into her room, especially in the kitchen. The neighbor wasn't surprised. Apparently, our house was one of the oldest in Elmwood, built on land that was part of the original settlement back in the 1800s. We lived in that house for 3 more years before my dad got transferred and we moved away. Nothing as scary as that night ever happened again, at least not to me. But I never went back into the basement alone. Sometimes when I'd pass the basement door, I'd get that same feeling of being watched, like something was just on the other side, waiting. I'm 28 now, with a place of my own across the country. I've tried to rationalize what happened that night. Maybe it was just a sticky door. Maybe I was half asleep and imagined the whole thing. But deep down, I know what I experienced. Something was in that house, something that wanted to keep me in that basement. For what purpose, I still don't know. And honestly, I don't want to know. Story 10. I've never really talked about this before, at least not to anyone outside my family. When you're a kid and something this weird happens, adults just think you're making stuff up or seeking attention. But I'm 26 now, and I still remember everything like it happened yesterday. When I was 12, my mom, stepdad, 2 brothers, and stepsister moved to this small white house in Vail, Oregon. It was right behind a Dairy Queen, which honestly was the only exciting thing about the place at first. We'd moved around a lot, and I was just grateful to have a bedroom that wasn't shared with my stepsister for once. Our previous house had been problematic. I don't want to get too deep into it, but there was a basement I refused to go into after dark. I'd see this man down there sometimes with chains around his wrists and ankles. He never spoke, just stared at me with hollow eyes that made my stomach twist. Mom thought I was just making excuses to avoid doing laundry. Maybe I was partly, but that doesn't explain why our dog wouldn't go down there either. So this new place in Vale felt like a fresh start. For the first month, nothing happened. No shadows in corners, no whispers, no feeling of being watched. I started to believe maybe I'd just had an overactive imagination before, or that whatever gift my grandmother had hinted I might have was gone. It was mid-July, hot as hell even though we were in Oregon. School was out, and we were bored out of our minds. Mom was working double shifts at the hospital, and my stepdad was on a business trip. My older brother Miguel was supposed to be watching us, but he was 16 and more interested in texting his girlfriend than babysitting. We were playing this stupid game in the backyard, something with a ball that my younger brother Carlos had made up. The rules kept changing whenever he was losing. My stepsister Jessie was getting annoyed, threatening to go inside, when I heard someone say, "They shouldn't be here." I froze, the ball rolling past me. The voice was male, deep, unfamiliar. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked. Carlos shook his head, already running after the ball. "Hear what?" I turned toward where the voice had come from, the edge of our property where it backed up against some trees. That's when I saw them. There were maybe 7 or 8 figures standing there, but they were transparent, like looking at people through foggy glass. Some were dressed in what looked like buckskin clothing with feathers and beads, Native Americans. The others wore rougher clothes, long coats, wide-brimmed hats, the kind of stuff you see in old Western photos. Settlers, I realized. They were just standing there, some talking to each other, others looking at our house, and none of my siblings seemed to notice them at all. "Guys," I said, my voice shaking. "Do you see those people over there?" Jessie squinted toward where I was pointing. "There's nobody there, Sophia. Quit being weird." "But they're right." I stopped because one of them had noticed me staring, a tall, skinny man with a patchy beard and dirty clothes. When our eyes met, his whole demeanor changed, his face twisted with anger, and he started walking toward me. "She can see us," he shouted, pointing at me. "The girl can see us." My heart started hammering in my chest. The other spirits turned to look at me, and I felt like a deer caught in headlights. The skinny settler was moving faster now, his face contorted with rage. "Witch!" he screamed. "She's a witch!" I backed up, tripping over my own feet and landing hard on the grass. Carlos and Jessie were staring at me like I'd lost my mind. Miguel had finally looked up from his phone, annoyed. "What's wrong with you?" he asked. I couldn't answer. The settler was only a few feet away now, his transparent form somehow more solid as he got closer. I could see the rage in his eyes, the yellowed teeth as he snarled at me. "Witches bring death. They speak with the dead. Witch!" he screamed, his face now inches from mine. I scrambled backward, tears streaming down my face. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. All I knew was that I needed to get away from him. "Sophia's having another freak out," I heard Jessie say as I jumped to my feet and ran toward the house. I slammed the back door behind me, leaning against it and gasping for breath. Mom was in the kitchen making sandwiches. She must have just gotten home from her shift. "Sophia, what's wrong?" She put down the knife and wiped her hands on a towel. I opened my mouth to explain, but how could I? She'd never believed me about the basement man. Before I could try, I saw the settler walk through the closed door like it wasn't even there. I screamed and backed away, bumping into the kitchen counter. "Honey, what is it?" Mom pressed her cool hand against my forehead. "Are you having one of your migraines?" The settler was circling me, his face twisted with hatred. "Witch child, devil's spawn." He kept jabbing his finger at me, though he couldn't touch me. "Make him stop," I sobbed, covering my ears, though it did nothing to block his voice. "There's no one here, Sophia," Mom said, worry creasing her forehead. "Come sit down. I'll get your medication." I let her guide me to a chair, but I couldn't take my eyes off the settler. He was pacing now, ranting about witchcraft and damnation. Behind him, I saw 2 more spirits had entered the house. A Native American man with long braided hair and another settler, this one older with a calmer demeanor. The native man approached the angry settler and put a hand on his shoulder. He spoke in a language I didn't understand, his voice firm but gentle. The angry settler stopped his tirade, glaring at me one last time before moving away. The native man looked at me and nodded once, as if to say it was okay now. Then both he and the older settler guided the angry one out of the kitchen. Mom came back with water and a pill. "Here, sweetie, this will help with the migraine." I took the pill, even though I knew it wouldn't help with what I was seeing. As I sipped the water, I noticed more spirits drifting through our house, examining things, touching surfaces they couldn't feel. They weren't threatening like the angry settler, just curious. For the rest of the day, I stayed in my room with the door locked. The spirits respected the boundary for the most part, though occasionally one would poke their head through the door just to look at me. I pretended to be asleep. That night, I barely closed my eyes. Every time I started to drift off, I'd feel someone watching me and jerk awake to find another spirit standing by my bed or sitting in my chair. They never spoke directly to me after the settler's outburst, just watched with curious eyes. The next morning, I was exhausted but tried to act normal. Mom was worried about me, suggesting maybe I needed to see my therapist again. I agreed just to make her feel better. The spirits continued to appear for the next few days. They seemed to be getting used to me, and I was reluctantly getting used to them. They'd follow me around the house, watch me eat breakfast, stand in the corner while I brushed my teeth. It was like living in a fishbowl. A week later was my 13th birthday. Mom had organized a small party with just our family. I was opening presents at the kitchen table when I noticed a new spirit standing by the refrigerator. She was a native woman, maybe in her 30s, with long black hair and kind eyes. Unlike the others who wore traditional clothing, she was in a simple brown dress that looked like it was from the early 20th century. When our eyes met, she smiled. It was the first spirit who had looked at me with genuine warmth instead of curiosity or suspicion. "Happy birthday," she said softly. I nearly dropped the gift I was holding. My family continued chatting, oblivious to our exchange. The woman moved closer, and I noticed she seemed more solid than the others, less transparent. "You don't need to be afraid," she said, her voice melodic and calm. "Some people can see us. It's a gift, though I know it doesn't feel like one right now." I glanced at my family to make sure they weren't noticing me talking to thin air, then whispered, "Who are you?" "My name is Adsila. I lived here long before your house was built." She gestured around. "This was all our land once." "Why can I see you? Why is this happening to me?" I asked, my voice trembling. She smiled sadly. "Some people are born with the sight. Some develop it after trauma. Some never know why. But there are 3 types of people with this ability." She held up one finger. "Those who try to help spirits move on." A second finger. "Those who use spirits for entertainment or power." A third finger. "And those who simply acknowledge us but live their own lives." "What am I supposed to do?" I asked. "That's for you to decide as you grow. But for now, I'll make sure the others don't bother you anymore, especially that angry settler. Thomas is his name. He was hanged for a crime he didn't commit, and he's been bitter ever since." "Thank you," I whispered, feeling tears prick my eyes. This was the first time any spirit had actually explained anything to me. "Sophia, who are you talking to?" My mom was looking at me with concern. "Just thinking out loud about my present," I lied, holding up the bracelet she'd given me. "It's beautiful." Adsila smiled. "I'll be around if you need me. Happy birthday, young one." And with that, she faded away. Not like the others who would walk through walls, she simply became less and less visible until she was gone. After that day, the spirits mostly kept their distance. Occasionally I'd see one watching from afar, but they never approached me like before. Sometimes in moments of stress or on significant days, Adsila would appear briefly, never saying much, just checking in with a gentle smile or a reassuring nod. We moved away from that house when I was 15, and I've encountered other spirits since then. Some kind, some confused, some angry. But that day in Vale was when I first truly understood what was happening to me. Besides the man in chains from our previous house, Wyatt was his name, though I didn't learn that until years later, Adsila was the only spirit who showed me kindness during my childhood. In a strange way, that birthday became one of my better memories, the day I stopped fighting against what I could see and started accepting it as part of who I am. I still don't know why some people can see spirits and others can't. I don't know what happens after we die or why some people stay behind. All I know is what I've experienced, and even now, 14 years later, I sometimes look over my shoulder, half expecting to see Thomas the Settler glaring at me or Adsila smiling her reassuring smile. Some gifts you don't ask for. Some gifts you don't even want. But they're yours all the same. Story 11. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or demons or any of that supernatural crap. My dad made sure of that growing up. He's a desert storm vet, tough as nails, and has zero patience for that paranormal bullshit, as he calls it. But I'm 21 now, and I can't explain what's been happening in our house. It's gotten so bad I can barely sleep, and I'm honestly scared to be home alone. This all started when I was a kid, maybe 6 or 7. I never liked going into my dad's room. There was always this feeling, like the air was heavier in there. I'd get this prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. The worst was when I had my back to the door. I'd get this overwhelming urge to run, like something was about to grab me. My dad, Dean, always brushed it off. "It's just your imagination, Ethan," he'd say. I believed him because, well, he's my dad, and dads know everything when you're a kid, right? We've moved a lot over the years, 4 different houses since I was born. The first place I remember, a small ranch-style house in Arizona, is where I first noticed the weird feelings in Dad's room. But it wasn't until our second place that things started getting truly freaky. That second house was when I started noticing actual shit happening. Cabinet doors in the kitchen would be open in the morning when I know they were closed the night before. There were these bumping sounds coming from Dad's closet, like something was trying to get out. Dad said it was just the house settling or the pipes, but it always seemed to happen around 3 in the morning, which even as a kid I knew was weird. The worst thing in that second house happened when I was about 12. Dad was working late and I was home alone doing homework at the kitchen table. I heard his bedroom door creak open. At first, I thought he'd come home early, but when I called out, nobody answered. I walked down the hallway and saw his door standing wide open. I know I didn't leave it open. Dad was strict about keeping doors closed because of the air conditioning. I ran outside and waited on the porch until his truck pulled up an hour later. When we moved to the condo after that, everything stopped for a while. No weird feelings, no strange noises. I thought whatever it was had been left behind. I was actually starting to feel normal for once. Then we started packing for our third move when I was 15. Dad had me help clear out his closet, and that's when I found this old cardboard box pushed way in the back. It was full of stuff from Kuwait, souvenirs and things he'd collected during Desert Storm. There was this old gas mask he said he'd taken from a POW, some weird metal trinkets with Arabic writing and other random military junk. "What's all this stuff?" I asked him. "Just some things I picked up overseas," he said, taking the box from me and packing it himself. He seemed weirdly protective of it, but I didn't think much of it at the time. Our third house was a 2-story place with more room than we needed for just the 2 of us. Dad put his war box in the guest bedroom upstairs. Almost immediately, that room started feeling sick. That's the only way I can describe it. Walking past that room made my stomach turn, like the air inside was rotten somehow. The weird stuff started up again, but worse than before. I'd hear what sounded like throat singing coming from downstairs when I was trying to sleep. Not like normal singing, this was deep guttural humming that didn't sound human. Dad never heard it, or at least he claimed he didn't. Then there were the footsteps on the stairs at night, heavy, slow steps coming up when Dad was already asleep in his room. The temperature would drop randomly in certain parts of the house. I'd be sweating in my room, then walk into the hallway and suddenly be freezing. The scariest thing happened when my girlfriend Mia came over to watch movies. We were in my room and she went to get something from her bag in the living room. When she tried to come back, she couldn't open my door. She said it felt like someone was holding it shut from the inside, pushing against her, but I was sitting on my bed the whole time, nowhere near the door. When she finally got it open, she was pale and shaking. She didn't stay over much after that. Dad still wouldn't acknowledge anything was happening. When I'd bring it up, he'd get angry and tell me to grow up. There's no such thing as ghosts, Ethan. You're too old for this nonsense. Last year, we moved to our current place, another 2-story house, but bigger and older than the last one. The activity didn't just follow us, it got worse, much worse. The first night in the new house, I woke up around 3 in the morning needing to pee. My bedroom is at the end of the hallway with the bathroom right across from the guest room where Dad put his box of war stuff again. As I walked to the bathroom, I glanced toward the guest room and froze. There were these figures peering out from the doorway, 3 or 4 of them, small, maybe 3 or 4 feet tall. They were just shadows, darker than the darkness of the hallway, but they had form. They were watching me. I could feel them watching me. When they noticed I'd seen them, they slowly retreated back into the room like they were sliding backwards without moving their legs. I was so scared I couldn't move. I just stood there, halfway down the hall, heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. When I finally got the courage to move again, I ran to the bathroom and locked the door. I stayed in there for an hour before making a dash back to my room. I tried to convince myself it was just my eyes playing tricks on me in the dark. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. A week later, it happened again. Same time, around 3 in the morning. This time when I walked past the guest room, there was just one shadow figure, but it was bigger, adult-sized, maybe 6 feet tall. Half its body was emerging from the doorway, like it was leaning out to look at me. I couldn't see a face, just a dark silhouette against the darker room behind it. I ran back to my room and didn't come out until morning. Mia has seen stuff too. She was over one night when Dad was working late. We were downstairs watching TV, and she asked why the light was on in the upstairs guest room. I told her it wasn't supposed to be. No one had been up there all day. When we went to check, the light was off, but the room was warm, like someone had just been in there. Last month, things escalated again. I was in my room playing video games when I heard what sounded like someone rummaging through the box in the guest room. Drawers opening and closing, metal objects clinking together. Dad was at work, so I knew it wasn't him. I texted him anyway to make sure. When he confirmed he was still at the office, I locked my bedroom door and shoved my dresser against it. 2 weeks ago, I finally worked up the courage to go into the guest room and look at the box myself. I thought maybe if I could figure out what was in there, I could understand what was happening. The room felt wrong the moment I stepped in, cold and thick, like the air was pressing down on me. The box was in the closet, right where Dad had put it. Inside, I found the gas mask, which looked older and more worn than I remembered. There were metal medallions with symbols I didn't recognize, what looked like prayer beads made of some dark stone, and a small knife with Arabic engravings on the blade. At the bottom of the box was a cloth bag containing something hard and irregular. I was about to open it when I heard a sound behind me, like someone exhaling right next to my ear. I dropped the bag back in the box and spun around. No one was there, but the door to the room slowly swung shut by itself. I swear to God, it closed like someone was deliberately pulling it. I ran to it and yanked it open, then bolted downstairs and didn't go back up until Dad got home. I tried talking to him about the box that night. I asked him where exactly he got the items and why he kept them. He got defensive, angrier than I've ever seen him. "That's none of your business," he snapped. "Those are my personal belongings. Stay out of my stuff and stay out of that room." That was the first time my dad had ever really yelled at me like that. It was like he was a different person. Last night was the worst yet. I was lying in bed around midnight, scrolling through my phone, when my bedroom door creaked open. I figured it was Dad checking on me, but when I looked up, there was no one there. Then I saw them, 3 shadow figures standing in my doorway. They were taller than before, with long, thin limbs. They didn't move, just stood there watching me. I could feel their hatred, their hunger. It was like they were feeding off my fear. I couldn't scream, couldn't move. They slowly filed into my room, spreading out around my bed. The temperature dropped so low I could see my breath. My phone died suddenly, plunging the room into darkness except for the deeper darkness of their forms. I don't know how long they stood there. It felt like hours. Eventually, I must have passed out from fear. When I woke up this morning, my room was normal. Dad was making breakfast downstairs like nothing had happened. But I know what I saw. These things are getting stronger, bolder. They're not just appearing at night anymore. Earlier today, I saw one peek around the corner of the kitchen while I was making lunch. I don't know what to do. Dad won't listen, won't get rid of that damn box. I've thought about destroying it myself, but I'm terrified of what might happen if I try. What if these things are attached to the items? What if destroying the box releases them completely? I'm writing this from a coffee shop because I can't stand being in that house anymore. I don't want to go back, but I have nowhere else to go. Dad's all the family I have. I think whatever he brought back from Kuwait is haunting us. Or maybe haunting isn't the right word. It feels more like we're being hunted, and they're getting closer every day. Story 12. I've been meaning to get this off my chest for a while now. I'm not the type of person who believes in ghosts or anything supernatural. At least I wasn't until last September. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, and even though it happened almost 8 months ago, I remember every detail like it was yesterday. I was 14, just starting my freshman year at Westlake High. The first few weeks of school were pretty standard. Trying to find my classes, figuring out which teachers were cool and which ones were strict, the usual stuff. When our PE teacher, Mr. Brennan, announced we'd be starting our swimming unit, most kids groaned. But I was actually excited. I've always been comfortable in water. My parents put me in swimming lessons when I was 4, and I've been a decent swimmer ever since. On September 12th, a Tuesday, we all shuffled into the natatorium for our second pool session. The chlorine smell hit me as soon as I walked in, and the sound of water slapping against the sides of the pool echoed throughout the large room. The pool was your standard high school facility. Nothing fancy, just a 6-lane, 25-meter pool with a diving board at the deep end. After changing into our suits, we all sat on the bleachers while Mr. Brennan explained the day's activities. "Today we'll be working on endurance and breathing techniques," he said, clipboard in hand. "I want everyone to pair up. One person will swim laps while the other counts and keeps time, then you'll switch." I paired up with my friend Marcus, who I'd known since middle school. While he was doing his laps, I started thinking about this YouTube video I'd watched the night before about free divers who could hold their breath for insane amounts of time. My personal best was only about 1 minute and 15 seconds, which seemed pathetic in comparison. When it was my turn to swim, I decided I'd try to increase my breath-holding time instead. After swimming a couple of laps, I told Marcus I wanted to practice holding my breath. "Time me," I said, treading water in the deep end. "I bet I can go at least 1.5 minutes." Marcus shrugged. "Whatever, man, Mr. Brennan's talking to Coach Wilson by the office anyway. Just don't drown." I took several deep breaths, filling and emptying my lungs completely. On the last one, I took in as much air as possible, then slowly exhaled everything until my lungs felt completely empty. Then I pinched my nose, ducked under the surface, and sank to the bottom of the pool. The water was surprisingly clear that day. I could see the light refracting through the surface above me, creating those wavering patterns on the pool floor. I crossed my legs and sat there, feeling the pressure in my chest gradually building. My ears popped as I descended, and the sounds of splashing and voices became muffled, then disappeared entirely. All I could hear was my heartbeat. Thump, 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 getting louder and faster as the seconds ticked by. The pressure in my chest grew, but I was determined to push through it. My vision started getting spotty around the edges. Nothing serious, just the first signs that my body needed oxygen. That's when it happened. Clear as day, I heard a young boy's voice say, "Please breathe." Not muffled, not distorted by the water. It sounded like someone was sitting right next to me, speaking directly into my ear. The voice was gentle but urgent, definitely a child, maybe 4 or 5 years old. I freaked out, my eyes snapped open wide, looking around frantically, but there was nobody there, just me at the bottom of the pool. I kicked off from the floor and shot to the surface, gasping for air and spinning around to see who had spoken. Marcus was standing at the edge of the pool, looking at his phone, completely oblivious. The other students were all occupied with their own activities. Mr. Brennan was still chatting with Coach Wilson across the room. There were no little kids anywhere near the pool area. School policy forbids that anyway. "What's wrong?" Marcus asked, finally noticing me treading water with a panicked expression. Did you hear that?" I stammered, still scanning the area. "Hear what?" A little kid talking." Marcus looked at me like I was losing it. "Dude, there aren't any little kids in here. It's just us." I climbed out of the pool, water streaming down my body as I continued looking around. I swear I heard a little boy's voice underwater. It told me to breathe. "How long were you under?" Marcus asked. I glanced at his phone. "I don't know. How long was it?" "Only like 40 seconds, not even close to your record." That was strange, too. It had felt much longer, but more importantly, where had that voice come from? I spent the rest of the class period distracted, replaying the moment in my head. The voice had been so clear, so distinct, not like an internal thought or my imagination. It felt real. After class, I asked a couple of other people if they'd noticed anything unusual, being careful not to sound completely crazy. Nobody had heard or seen anything out of the ordinary. Eventually, I chalked it up to oxygen deprivation playing tricks on my brain and tried to forget about it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something weird had happened. That night, I even Googled hearing voices underwater and found some scientific explanations about how the brain can misinterpret sounds when deprived of oxygen. That seemed reasonable enough, so I tried to put it behind me. A week passed. The following Tuesday, I was waiting for my mom to pick me up after school. She was running late, so I decided to walk around the back of the school near the gym and pool area. There's this little garden area there with some benches where people sometimes hang out. I'd passed by it dozens of times but never really paid attention. That day, for some reason, I noticed something I'd never seen before, a small memorial rock partially hidden by some bushes. It was off to the side of the path, not in a prominent location, which is probably why I'd never noticed it. The rock was about the size of a basketball, smooth and dark gray, with a small plaque attached to it. I moved closer to read the inscription. The plaque was weathered, but I could still make out the words, "In loving memory of Zerky Rainey, 2013 to 2017, forever in our hearts." I don't know why, but something made me take out my phone and snap a picture of the memorial. Maybe it was the age. The kid was only 4 when he died, or maybe it was the unusual name. Either way, I took the photo and on impulse sent it to Marcus with the message, "Check this out, found this memorial behind the gym." My phone buzzed almost immediately with his response. "Look at the death date." I hadn't paid attention to the date before, so I looked back at the plaque. The death date was September 12th. No year specified, just September 12th. My blood ran cold. September 12th, the exact same day I'd heard the voice in the pool telling me to breathe. I called Marcus right away, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. "Dude," I said when he answered. "The date on the memorial, it's the same day I heard that voice in the pool." "That's messed up," Marcus replied. "Who's Zerky Rainey anyway?" I have no idea. I've never heard that name before. Google it. I did, right there on the spot. The first few results were obituaries and news articles from 5 years ago. As I scanned through them, my skin crawled with goosebumps that had nothing to do with the cool afternoon air. Zerky Rainey was a 4-year-old boy who had died in an accident on school grounds. According to the articles, he had been at the school with his father, who worked as a part-time swim coach. While his dad was inside talking to someone, Zerky had wandered into the parking area behind the gym. A delivery truck driver didn't see the small child and accidentally backed over him. He died instantly. The accident happened exactly where I was standing, right by the path that runs behind the gym and pool building. I felt sick to my stomach. This couldn't be a coincidence. The same day, a child's voice, and now this memorial for a boy who died on the school grounds. When my mom finally picked me up, I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost because she immediately asked what was wrong. I couldn't bring myself to tell her. How do you explain something like that without sounding completely insane? That night, I dug deeper. I found more information about Zerky online, including mentions of a book called Letters to Zerky that his father had written after his death. There were pictures too, a smiling little boy with curly brown hair and bright eyes. Looking at his face made the whole thing even more real and terrifying. I kept thinking about that voice in the pool. Please breathe. Why would a ghost, if that's what it was, tell me to breathe when I wasn't in any real danger? I wasn't drowning. I wasn't even close to my limit for holding my breath. Then it hit me. Zerky had died suddenly, tragically. He didn't get a chance to take another breath, and there I was, voluntarily stopping myself from breathing, sitting at the bottom of a pool not far from where he died. Maybe in his child's mind, he thought I was in danger. Maybe he was trying to save me from what happened to him. The more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that Zerky's spirit had somehow reached out to me that day. I wasn't religious or spiritual before this, but how else could I explain hearing a child's voice underwater on the anniversary of his death telling me to breathe? I've gone back to the pool many times since then for PE class. I've even tried holding my breath underwater again, though never for as long, but I've never heard the voice again. Sometimes when I walk past that memorial rock, I stop and look at it for a moment. I've never told anyone else except Marcus about what happened until now. I still don't know for sure what I experienced that day. Was it really Zerky's ghost? Was it my imagination? Was it just a weird coincidence? I can't say for certain, but I know what I heard, and nothing will ever convince me that voice wasn't real. Sometimes I wonder if he's still there, watching over the school, making sure no one else stops breathing. And sometimes, when I'm swimming and my lungs start to ache, I hear that gentle voice in my memory. Please breathe. And I always do. Story 13. I've never really told this story to anyone besides my family. It's been 15 years and I still think about it constantly. I'm 28 now, but I can recall that night with perfect clarity, like it happened yesterday. Back when I was 13, my twin sister Emma and I lived in this old duplex in Calgary. It was built in the 70s, nothing special, just your typical suburban home with wood paneling in the basement and those ugly popcorn ceilings. Our parents had bought it about 3 years before everything happened, and we'd never noticed anything weird about it until that night. It was a Friday in October, and we'd invited some friends over for a movie night. My parents were cool with it as long as we stayed in the basement and kept the noise down. Emma invited her 2 friends, Alyssa and Megan, and I had my buddy Jackson over. We'd been friends since 4th grade, one of those friendships where you're practically brothers. We set up the basement with blankets and pillows, microwaved some popcorn, and got ready for our movie marathon. Our basement was divided into 2 main areas. The main part was a living room with a couch, a couple of beanbags, and the TV. Off to the side was this utility laundry room where my mom did all the washing. It was always slightly colder in there, and the fluorescent light flickered constantly. My dad kept saying he'd fix it, but he never got around to it. We started watching around 7, Some comedy Emma had picked out. I can't even remember what it was now, which is weird because I remember everything else about that night so vividly. The basement had these tiny windows near the ceiling that let in a bit of light, but by 9, it was completely dark outside. The only light came from the TV screen and a small lamp in the corner. By 11, Emma, Alyssa, and Megan had all fallen asleep on the floor, wrapped in blankets. Jackson and I were determined to finish the movie, even though we were both getting pretty tired. I remember checking my watch. It was 11:23 when the credits started rolling. Jackson asked if we should put on another movie, but I was too lazy to get up and change the DVD, so we just sat there as the credits finished and the screen went back to the DVD menu, that annoying music playing on a loop. After a minute or so, Jackson reached for the remote and turned off the TV. That's when the basement went completely dark. There was just the faintest bit of light coming from that small lamp in the corner, but it barely illuminated anything. I remember thinking I should probably get up and turn on the main light, but I was too comfortable under my blanket. I'm not sure exactly how much time passed, maybe 2 or 3 minutes of silence, when I noticed something strange. There was this faint glow coming from the doorway of the laundry room. At first I thought maybe someone had left the light on in there, but it wasn't the harsh fluorescent light I was used to. This was different. Then I saw it. A whitish blue orb about the size of a softball slowly floated out of the laundry room. It was hovering about 5 feet off the ground, just drifting through the air. It had this weird halo around it, not like a perfect circle, but more like a slight blur at the edges. It wasn't super bright, but in the darkness of the basement, it stood out clearly. My entire body froze. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. The orb moved about 2 feet into our living room area, then just stopped. It hovered there for what felt like forever, but was probably only 2 or 3 seconds. Then, just as slowly as it had appeared, it drifted backward, returning to the laundry room until I couldn't see it anymore. I remember turning to look at Jackson, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. His eyes were wide open, staring at the laundry room doorway. Our eyes met, and I knew immediately that he had seen it too. This wasn't my imagination. This was real. Neither of us said a word. I don't know why, but it felt like if we acknowledged what we'd seen, it might come back, or maybe we were just too scared to put it into words. The strange thing was, I wasn't exactly terrified in the way you'd expect. Obviously, I was freaked out. I mean, I'd just seen something that shouldn't exist. But the orb itself didn't feel threatening. It didn't give off any negative energy. It just felt neutral, like it was just passing through, maybe curious about us. We sat in complete silence for what must have been at least 10 minutes. I kept staring at the laundry room doorway, half expecting the orb to return, but it never did. Eventually, Jackson whispered, "Did you?" And I just nodded. That was the extent of our conversation about it that night. The weirdest part was how we reacted afterward. We didn't wake the others. We didn't run upstairs to tell my parents. We just sat there in the dark until we eventually fell asleep. It was like our brains couldn't process what we'd seen, so we just shut down. The next morning, we all had breakfast upstairs. Everything felt so normal. My mom making pancakes, my dad reading the newspaper, Emma and her friends giggling about some boy at school. Jackson kept giving me these looks, but we still didn't talk about it. When everyone left, he just said, "See you Monday," like it was any other weekend. I meant to bring it up at school that Monday, but something stopped me. I was worried he'd say it was just our imagination, or that we were tired and seeing things. But deep down, I knew what I saw. That orb was real. About 2 months after the incident, my dad got a job offer on the other side of the country. It all happened really fast. Within weeks, we were packing up the house and saying goodbye to friends. I lost touch with Jackson after the move. This was before social media was big, and we were just kids who weren't great at keeping in touch through email. I've tried researching what we might have seen over the years. Ball lightning is the closest scientific explanation I can find. But from what I've read, ball lightning usually appears during thunderstorms, and it was a clear night in October. Some websites suggest it could have been a ghost or some kind of paranormal energy, but I've never been one to believe in that stuff. What bothers me most isn't the fear, it's the not knowing. What was that orb? Why did it appear to us? Was it trying to communicate something? Did it have intelligence? Was it just some weird natural phenomenon that science hasn't fully explained yet? I'm 28 now with a family of my own, but I still think about that night constantly. I've considered trying to find Jackson on social media to see if he remembers it the same way I do, but part of me is afraid he won't remember it at all, or worse, that he'll tell me it never happened, and then I'd have to face the possibility that maybe my 13-year-old mind made the whole thing up. But I know what I saw. That glowing orb was real. I can still picture it perfectly. That whitish blue glow, the slight halo around it, the way it moved so smoothly through the air like it was swimming through water. There was something almost peaceful about it, despite how terrifying the experience was. Sometimes I wonder if the previous owners of that duplex ever saw anything similar. I wish I'd asked more questions about the house's history before we moved. Did something happen there that could explain the orb? Was it trying to show itself to us specifically? Or did we just happen to be awake when it made its regular appearance? I've never experienced anything like it since, and I've never heard of anyone else seeing something similar. It's like this bizarre one-time event that defies explanation, and the fact that it felt so neutral, not threatening, not benevolent, just there, makes it even more mysterious. There are nights when I'm up late and the house is quiet, that I find myself staring into dark corners, half expecting to see that familiar glow. Part of me hopes I'll see it again someday, just to confirm that it was real and that I'm not crazy. But another part of me is terrified of what that would mean, that these things exist in our world and we have no idea what they are. I still live in a pretty old house now, built around the same time as that duplex in Calgary. Sometimes when I go down to our basement to do laundry, I get this weird feeling, like I'm being watched. I always find myself glancing toward the dark corners, half expecting to see that glow again. So far, nothing. But I can't help but wonder if that orb, or others like it, are still out there, floating through other people's homes, being witnessed by other confused and frightened people who, like me, have no explanation for what they've seen. I don't know if I'll ever find out what that orb was, or why it appeared to us that night. All I know is that 15 years later, I still see it when I close my eyes. That perfect, softball-sized glow drifting through the darkness of my childhood basement, leaving me with a mystery I may never solve. Story 14. I've never talked about this publicly before. I guess I'm just desperate for answers at this point, or maybe I just need to know I'm not completely losing my mind. I've dealt with sleep paralysis my entire life. I'm 22 now, and I can't remember a time when this wasn't happening to me. This isn't your run-of-the-mill sleep paralysis, though. I've read all the articles, joined all the forums, tried all the tips. What I experience is different, more consistent, more terrifying. And lately, I'm becoming convinced it's something beyond medical explanation. Last night was the worst episode yet, and I need to get this off my chest while it's still fresh. I've been staying at my parents' house in Riverside for the past week while they're on vacation. They asked me to house sit, and I thought maybe a change of environment would help with my sleep issues. Stupid me. It's actually gotten worse. Yesterday I spent the whole day trying to keep busy, cleaned the house, went for a run, even baked cookies, anything to wear myself out enough that I might actually get a decent night's sleep. By 11, I was exhausted and ready for bed. This is where my nightly ritual begins. I positioned myself so my back was against the wall. I've learned the hard way that I can only sleep on my back or with my back pressed firmly against something solid. Any other position and, well, that's when the touching starts. It sounds crazy, but I feel hands, actual hands, touching me all over my body. Light, exploratory touches that make my skin crawl, and I'm alone. I'm always alone. I dozed off around midnight. The next thing I knew, I was awake, but not really awake. My eyes were open, but I couldn't move. Not a finger, not a toe, just my eyes, darting around frantically. This is how it always starts. The worst part of these episodes is the disorientation. Last night I had no idea where I was for those first few moments. My childhood bedroom looked alien, unfamiliar. The shadows were all wrong. The distance between the bed and the door seemed impossibly long, and I had this overwhelming sense that someone had just been there with me, like they'd stepped out of view the moment I opened my eyes. I tried to calm down, to breathe through it like my therapist suggested. In 2-3, out 2-3. But my breathing was shallow, constricted, like something was sitting on my chest. And then I felt it, that familiar pressure trying to drag me back into sleep. It's hard to describe this sensation to someone who hasn't experienced it. It's like invisible hands gently closing your eyelids while simultaneously pressing down on your chest. There's this voice in my head, not audible, but a knowing, that tells me if I let myself fall back asleep during an episode, I'll die. I'll just not wake up again. I've come close a few times, too close, moments where I've been so exhausted that I've almost surrendered to that pull. Each time my breathing becomes labored, and I can actually feel my heartbeat slowing down. Not in a relaxed way, but in a terrifying, this isn't right kind of way. Last night I fought against it, I always do. I focused on wiggling my toes, then my fingers, the small movements you can sometimes manage during sleep paralysis. But the pressure on my chest kept increasing. It wasn't just a feeling anymore. Something was physically there. That's when I saw it. In the dim light filtering through my blinds, I could make out a silhouette, a dark humanoid figure crouched on my chest. It didn't have a face, or if it did, I couldn't see it clearly. But I could feel it staring at me. It wore something on its head, like a wide-brimmed hat or hood. Its body was bent forward, leaning down toward my face in an angle that didn't seem physically possible for a human spine. I've seen this figure before, many times, but last night it seemed more solid, more present, less like a hallucination and more like an actual physical entity. A few months ago, I started researching sleep paralysis across different cultures. That's when I learned about the hag, a malevolent entity that sits on people's chests while they sleep, stealing their breath. Some cultures call it different names, but the description is always eerily similar to what I experience. As I lay there, unable to move, the figure on my chest shifted slightly. I swear I felt what seemed like fingers, long, thin, and cold, tracing patterns on my forehead. I wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. My throat was frozen, like everything else. The room grew colder, not just a little chilly, but the kind of bone-deep cold that makes your teeth ache. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face, which made no sense since it was the middle of summer in Riverside. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:15, that goddamn hour when everything feels wrong and hopeless. The pressure increased. The figure leaned closer, and I caught a whiff of something old and musty, like books left in a damp basement. This was new. I'd never smelled anything during these episodes before. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might burst, which seemed at odds with the sensation that it was simultaneously slowing down. The contradiction made a weird kind of sense in that moment, as if the entity was both exciting my fear response while draining my life force. I've tried recording these episodes, set up my phone to film while I sleep, but the footage is always corrupted or shows nothing at all, even when I experience the most intense episodes. I've shown friends the few clips that did record some anomalies, strange shadows, unexplained temperature drops registered on a thermal camera, but they always have some rational explanation. The shadow was just the curtain moving. The temperature drop was a draft from the vent, but I don't believe in coincidences anymore, not after everything I've experienced. The entity shifted again, and I felt the weight redistribute across my chest. It was heavier now, like it was settling in for the long haul. The pressure on my lungs made each breath a struggle. My vision started to darken around the edges. This was different from previous episodes. Usually, after a few minutes of terror, I'd either fully wake up or fall back asleep and have no memory of what happened next. But last night, the episode stretched on and on. Minutes felt like hours. I focused all my energy on my right hand, willing my index finger to move, just a twitch, anything to break the paralysis. The figure seemed to notice my struggle and leaned even closer. I still couldn't see a face, but I felt what might have been breath against my cheek, cold and stale. Finally, miraculously, my finger moved, just a tiny twitch, but it was enough. The paralysis began to recede, starting from that finger and spreading through my hand, up my arm, across my chest. The figure straightened up, as if surprised. For a brief moment, I thought I saw eyes within the darkness of its hood. Not human eyes, but points of deeper darkness that somehow conveyed annoyance, maybe even anger. As my mobility returned, the entity became less substantial, fading like smoke, but it didn't disappear completely. Instead, it seemed to retreat to the corner of the room, watching, waiting. I sat up, gasping for air, my whole body trembling and covered in cold sweat. The clock now read 3:27. Only 12 minutes had passed, but it had felt like an eternity. I turned on every light in the room, checked under the bed, in the closet, behind the curtains. Nothing. But that feeling of being watched persisted. I didn't sleep again that night. I couldn't. I sat up against the headboard, clutching a baseball bat I'd found in my old closet, watching the corner where I'd last seen the figure. Here's the thing that really freaks me out. I've found only one consistent solution to prevent these episodes. When someone else sleeps in the same room as me, a roommate, a friend, a family member, the entity never appears. Never. It's like it's afraid of witnesses. This has led me to a terrifying conclusion. What I'm experiencing isn't just in my head. This thing, whatever it is real. And it specifically targets people who are alone and vulnerable. I've tried everything else. Sleeping pills make it worse. They trap me in the paralysis longer, changing my diet, exercise routine, sleep schedule. Nothing helps. I've been to 3 different sleep specialists who all say the same thing. Atypical sleep paralysis with hypnagogic hallucinations. They prescribe medications that don't work and recommend therapy that doesn't help. So now I'm faced with an impossible choice. Do I find a permanent roommate? Someone willing to share a room with me every night for the foreseeable future? Or do I continue to face this thing alone, night after night, knowing that each episode seems to be getting longer, more intense, more real? Last night convinced me that this entity isn't just visiting anymore. It's hunting, it's feeding, and I'm terrified that one of these nights I won't be able to move my finger in time, I won't be able to break free. And whatever this thing wants from me, it will finally take. I'm writing this at a coffee shop because I can't bear to be alone in the house right now. The sun is setting soon. I don't know what I'm going to do when night falls. I just know I can't face another night like last night. Not alone. If anyone has experienced something similar or has any advice beyond the usual sleep hygiene tips, please let me know. I'm desperate at this point, and if you've read this far, do me a favor. Check on your friends who live alone. Some of us are fighting battles in the dark that we can barely explain in the light. Story 15. I still can't believe what happened that night. It's been 3 months, but I'm still struggling to make sense of it all. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what I experienced at Fisher Wildlife Pond has completely changed my perspective. I'm a wildlife trapper for the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission. Have been for about 4 years now. I mainly deal with nuisance animals, gators in swimming pools, raccoons in attics, that sort of thing. It's usually pretty straightforward work. August in Florida is brutal, but I've gotten used to the heat and humidity that makes you feel like you're walking through soup. That particular evening, I got a call about some otter tracks spotted around this small fishing pond at Tallahassee State Park. The pond had just been stocked for a youth fishing event that weekend, and they were worried the otters would deplete the fish before the kids got a chance to catch anything. My job was to set up some live traps so we could relocate the otters somewhere else in the park, away from the fishing area. I called my friend Scott to come with me. We've been friends since college, and he's always up for these little adventures. Plus, I never mind having company when I'm out in remote areas after dark. We arranged to meet at the park around 7:30 in the evening after most visitors had left. The sun was just starting to set when we arrived. The park was quiet except for the chorus of cicadas and frogs. We parked in the small lot near the pond entrance and gathered our equipment, a few live traps, bait, and some tools. Scott brought a cooler with a couple of beers, thinking we could hang out a bit after setting the traps. "How long will this take?" Scott asked as we walked down the trail toward the pond. "Not long," I replied. "We just need to find the right spots to set the traps where the otters are likely to pass by." Fisher Pond isn't very big, maybe 2 acres at most. It's shaped like a kidney with a small wooden bridge crossing over a narrow inlet on the east side. We decided to sit on that bridge for a bit to scope out the area and look for signs of the otters. The last rays of sunlight were filtering through the pine trees, casting long shadows across the water. Despite the intense heat of the day, it was actually pleasant now with a slight breeze coming off the pond. Scott and I sat on the bridge, our legs dangling over the edge as we sipped our beers and chatted about random stuff, mutual friends, an upcoming concert we were planning to attend, normal things. I was scanning the shoreline for otter tracks when I noticed someone coming down the path toward the bridge. "Looks like we've got company," I said, standing up. I didn't want to startle whoever it was by having them suddenly come upon us in the growing darkness. Scott kept talking about the concert lineup, not really paying attention. I squinted, trying to make out the approaching figure. It was definitely a person walking slowly along the path. What struck me as odd was that they were wearing long pants and a hoodie with the hood pulled up. In August, in Florida, when it's still easily 90 degrees even after sunset. As they got closer, about 20 yards away now, I realized I couldn't make out their face under the hood. I raised my hand in a friendly wave, but they didn't respond, just kept walking steadily toward us. "Hello there," I called out, thinking maybe they hadn't seen us. No response. Scott finally stopped talking and looked up. "Who are you talking to?" "That person," I said, pointing toward the figure that was now only about 10 yards away. The closer they got, the more uneasy I felt. There was something off about the way they moved. It was fluid, but somehow not quite right, like watching someone walk underwater, and I still couldn't see their face, just darkness under that hood. When they were about 6 feet away from us, I froze. The lower part of their body, starting at the feet, began to fade. Not like they were walking into shadows, but like they were literally becoming transparent. I watched in stunned horror as the fading moved upward, their legs disappearing, then their torso, until the entire figure simply vanished before my eyes. Scott was looking right at where the person should have been, but apparently saw nothing unusual. "What are you staring at, Emma?" he asked, sounding confused. Did you see that person?" I stammered. "What person?" "The one in the hoodie. They were walking right toward us and then just disappeared." Scott looked at me like I was crazy, then glanced around nervously. "There was someone here? I didn't see anyone." "How could you not see them? They were right there." I pointed to the empty path. They walked up and then started fading away from the bottom, up until they were gone. The color drained from Scott's face. "Are you serious right now?" "Yes." They were wearing a hoodie even though it's hot as hell and I couldn't see their face, and then they just vanished. Scott jumped to his feet, nearly dropping his beer in the process. "Nope, no way, I'm out." He started walking quickly back toward the truck. "Wait," I called after him. "We need to check this out." But Scott was already halfway up the path. I stood there alone on the bridge, my heart racing. I shined my flashlight around, searching for any sign of the figure or anything that could explain what I'd seen. Nothing. Just the empty path and the sounds of the night creatures. I hurried after Scott, not wanting to be alone in the growing darkness. When I caught up to him at the truck, he was already in the driver's seat with the engine running. "We need to get out of here," he said, his voice shaky. "But what about the traps? We didn't even set them up." "The otters can have all the damn fish they want. I'm not staying here." The drive back was tense. Scott kept asking if I was absolutely sure about what I'd seen, while I kept replaying it in my mind, trying to find some logical explanation. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe I was more tired than I realized. But no matter how I tried to rationalize it, I knew what I'd seen. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that hooded figure fading away. The next morning, I called the park manager, Diane Whitfield. I'd worked with her before on other wildlife issues and figured she might have some insight. Diane, has anyone ever reported anything unusual at Fisher Pond? I asked after exchanging pleasantries. Unusual how? She replied. I hesitated, not wanting to sound crazy. Like, I don't know, strange occurrences, people seeing things. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Why do you ask? I told her what had happened, half expecting her to laugh or suggest I'd been working too hard. Instead, her response sent chills down my spine. There was a young man, she said quietly. He worked at the vet clinic in town, loved animals, used to come to the park all the time, always wearing that hoodie of his, no matter how hot it was, said he was always cold. What happened to him? I asked, though I already had a sinking feeling. He took his own life about 3 months ago. They found him in his apartment. I heard he'd been struggling with depression for years. I felt sick. And he used to visit Fisher Pond? Almost daily. He'd sit on that bridge for hours watching the wildlife. Some of the staff would chat with him. Sweet kid, just troubled. After hanging up with Diane, I called Scott. He was just as disturbed as I was by what Diane had told me, but then he suggested something that in retrospect was probably a terrible idea. We should go back, he said, with cameras. If there's really something supernatural going on, we should document it. Are you serious? Yesterday you couldn't get out of there fast enough. Yeah, but now I'm curious. And we should bring Colby too. Colby Edwards was another friend of ours who was into paranormal investigation stuff as a hobby. Against my better judgment, I agreed. That night, the three of us returned to Fisher Pond, armed with a digital camera, a video camera, and flashlights. We arrived around the same time as the previous evening, hoping to replicate the conditions. We started at the bridge, sitting in the same spot where I'd seen the figure. Nothing happened for over an hour. Colby was excited, constantly adjusting his camera settings and talking about other paranormal investigations he'd done. Scott seemed nervous, but trying to hide it with bravado. After waiting with no results, we decided to walk along the trail where I'd seen the figure approach. The night was even hotter than the previous one, with no breeze to break the stifling humidity. Sweat trickled down my back as we moved slowly along the path, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. I need to use the restroom, I said, noticing the small park bathroom building just off the trail. Wait for me here. I was only gone for maybe 3 minutes. When I came back, Scott and Colby were standing completely still, staring down the trail ahead. Their flashlights were pointed at something I couldn't see from my angle. What is it? I whispered, coming up behind them. There's someone on the trail, Colby whispered back. We don't want to startle them. I peered around Scott's shoulder. About 30 yards ahead, there was a dark shadow on the trail. It was roughly human-shaped, but seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. Hello? Scott called out. Sorry if we startled you. The figure stopped moving. Then slowly, it turned toward us. Even from that distance, I could see 2 pinpoints of reddish light where its eyes should be. Are those its eyes? Colby whispered, his camera now forgotten at his side. Hello? Scott called again, his voice cracking slightly. We're just setting some animal traps. Park management knows we're here. The figure didn't respond. Instead, it began moving from side to side across the trail, almost like it was pacing. Its movements were jerky, unnatural. I felt my mouth go dry, my heart hammering against my ribs. I think we should leave, I said quietly. No way, Colby replied, finally lifting his camera. This is incredible. Before I could stop him, Colby started walking toward the figure, his camera recording. Scott and I exchanged a panicked look, but followed a few steps behind. As we got closer, the figure stopped its pacing and seemed to grow larger, expanding in the darkness. I could now make out more details. The hoodie, just like before, but now I could see something under the hood. A face, but not a normal face. It was pale, almost glowing, with a mouth that seemed too wide. too dark. "Hey, can you hear us?" Colby called out, apparently still thinking this was some kind of amazing paranormal encounter rather than something terrifying. The figure's mouth opened wider than any human mouth should be able to, and then it charged. I've never run so fast in my life. I didn't even look back to see if Scott and Colby were following. I just ran, pure adrenaline carrying me down the trail toward the parking lot. I could hear Scott and Colby behind me, their panicked breathing and pounding footsteps. "It's following us," Scott yelled, his voice cracking with terror. I risked a glance back and immediately wished I hadn't. The figure was moving impossibly fast, almost gliding over the ground. Its face was fully visible now, a twisted, contorted version of a human face with that gaping mouth and those glowing red eyes. We reached the truck in record time. Scott fumbled with the keys while Colby and I practically threw ourselves inside. As Scott started the engine, Colby looked out the back window and screamed. "It's right there." The figure was standing just feet from the truck, its form seeming to pulse and shift in the darkness. Scott threw the truck into reverse, nearly hitting it as we backed up. As we pulled away, I saw Colby throw something at the figure, his camera. "What are you doing?" I screamed. "I dropped it when we were running." That wasn't mine. It was right beside us. We sped out of the park, not slowing down until we were miles away. When we finally pulled over at a gas station to catch our breath, I realized something. I had run straight out of my flip-flops. My feet were bare, scratched and dirty from the trail. The next day, Scott and I reported what happened to park management. They sent rangers to search the area, but they found nothing. No camera, no flip-flops, no sign of anything unusual. Diane suggested closing the pond for a few days, which they did, citing wildlife concerns as the official reason. I've never gone back to Fisher Pond. I can't. Scott and Colby won't talk about that night anymore. Sometimes I wonder if the spirit of that troubled young man is still there, pacing along that trail, waiting for someone else to notice him. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep at night, I see those glowing red eyes and that gaping mouth coming toward me in the darkness, and I wake up gasping for air. I don't know what we encountered that night. I just know it wasn't anything living, and I know that I'll never look at a person wearing a hoodie the same way again. Story 16. I never believed in the paranormal before my assignment to Misawa Air Base in Japan. I was just a regular Air Force C-2 controller, focused on my career and looking forward to experiencing a new country. When I got my housing assignment to Building 666, I laughed it off, like, who actually numbers a building 666? But I figured it was just a coincidence, nothing to worry about. Looking back now, I wish I'd taken it as the warning it clearly was. The first few weeks were uneventful. The building was old but decent enough. Standard military dorms with shared bathrooms and small individual rooms. I was settling in, adjusting to the time difference, learning my way around base. Then the sleep issues started. I'd experienced sleep paralysis maybe once or twice in my life before this, but suddenly it was happening a couple times a week. If you've never had sleep paralysis, consider yourself lucky. You're awake, but you can't move a muscle. Sometimes you can't even open your eyes, and there's this overwhelming feeling of dread, like something terrible is about to happen. At first, I chalked it up to stress from the move and the new job. International relocation isn't easy, and the controller position can be demanding. So I tried all the usual remedies, cutting back on caffeine, exercising more, establishing a better sleep routine. Nothing helped. About a month after I moved in, some new tech school airmen were assigned to my floor. Within days, they were talking about weird dreams and waking up unable to move. That's when I first heard the rumors about our building. Apparently, it had a reputation. People reported hearing footsteps when no one was there, feeling like they were being watched, doors opening and closing on their own. The usual haunted building stuff that's easy to dismiss as imagination, until one night when I was working a late shift. I came back around 2 a.m. to find security forces and an ambulance outside our building. One of the guys on the 3rd floor had committed suicide. I didn't know him well, he kept to himself mostly, but it hit the whole building hard. The base chaplain came by to talk to anyone who needed it, and that's when I learned something that sent chills down my spine. The chaplain had been pushing leadership to change our building number for years. Shortly after my arrival, they finally agreed to rename it Building 660. The chaplain looked relieved when he told me this, like he'd won some important battle. When I asked why it mattered, he just gave me this look and said, "Some numbers shouldn't be used so carelessly." The new number didn't change anything. If anything, things got worse after that. More people reported strange occurrences. My sleep paralysis episodes increased almost nightly. I was exhausted all the time, dreading going to sleep but unable to stay awake. Then came the night I'll never forget. It was a Friday in late October, about 4 months into my time at Misawa. I remember because we'd had a small Halloween gathering in the day room earlier that evening. Nothing crazy, just some of us watching horror movies and eating snacks. The irony isn't lost on me now. I went to bed around 11, feeling unusually tired. I fell asleep almost instantly and found myself in the most vivid dream I've ever experienced. I was in this massive, luxurious mansion. Not like a modern billionaire's place, but an old-world estate with marble floors, crystal chandeliers, and artwork that looked priceless. The place was filled with the most beautiful women I'd ever seen, all dressed in elegant gowns, all smiling at me like I was someone important. In the dream, I was walking through this grand ballroom, with people handing me drinks and food, laughing at everything I said. It felt incredible, like I was finally being recognized for something great I'd done. Then I noticed an older man watching me from across the room. He was in an expensive suit with this weird smile that didn't reach his eyes. When he saw me looking, he raised his glass in a toast and suddenly appeared right next to me. I didn't see him move, he was just there. He put his arm around my shoulder like we were old friends and whispered in my ear, "You can have all of this, if 666. The words made no sense, but they filled me with a cold dread that cut through the pleasant dream. I tried to pull away from him, but his grip tightened. His face started to change, his skin darkening and sort of melting. I jerked awake, heart pounding, except I couldn't move. Sleep paralysis again, but this was different. Usually it lasted maybe a minute or two. This time I was frozen completely. I couldn't even open my eyes, which was probably a blessing. Because even with my eyes closed, I could sense something was in my room. There was this heaviness to the air, like the pressure had changed, and it was cold, not just regular air conditioning cold, but a bone-deep chill that seemed to radiate from a specific spot in my room, the spot at the foot of my bed. I tried desperately to move, even just a finger or toe. Nothing. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound, and then I heard it. A low, scraping sound, like something dragging across the floor. It was moving around my bed, slowly, deliberately. The rational part of my brain was screaming that this was just an extension of the sleep paralysis, that there wasn't actually anything in my room. But another part, a more primal part, knew better. Something was there. Something was watching me. I kept my eyes firmly shut. I don't know why, but I was certain that if I opened them, whatever was there would take it as an invitation. So I kept them closed, even as I felt the presence move closer to the side of my bed. The temperature dropped even further. I could see my breath when I exhaled, little puffs of vapor visible even through my closed eyelids. How was that possible? The thing was right next to me now. I could feel it leaning over me, inspecting me. And then, impossibly, I saw it. Not with my eyes, which were still squeezed shut, but somehow in my mind. It was tall, much taller than any person should be, and completely black. Not like African American black, but like a void, an absence of light. It had a vaguely humanoid shape, but where there should have been arms, there were these writhing, I don't know what to call them. Not tentacles exactly, more like strands of darkness that moved with purpose. It leaned closer, and I could feel its cold breath on my face. Then it whispered, "I'll get you next time." The voice wasn't what I expected. It wasn't deep or demonic or anything like that. It was almost gentle, like a promise from a lover. Suddenly, I could move again. I sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for air. My room was empty. The temperature was normal. There was no sign that anything had been there. But the feeling of that presence, the memory of that voice, was as real as anything I've ever experienced. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat in the day room with all the lights on until morning, jumping at every sound. When my roommate got up, I tried to tell him what happened, but the words sounded ridiculous in the light of day. He looked concerned and suggested I might need to see someone about the stress. Maybe he was right. Maybe it was just stress or some weird neurological event or a particularly vivid nightmare combined with sleep paralysis. That's what I tried to tell myself in the following days. But here's the thing that makes me doubt the rational explanation. I never had sleep paralysis before moving into that building. Not with any regularity anyway. And after I left Misawa 6 months later for my next assignment, I never experienced it again. Not once in the 7 years since. I've talked to other people who lived in that building. Many of them had similar experiences, maybe not as intense as mine, but the same general pattern. Sleep disturbances, feelings of being watched, unexplainable cold spots. One guy who was stationed there a few years before me told me about research he'd done into the building's history. Apparently, it was built in the 1950s, during the Korean War. The land it was built on had previously been a small Shinto shrine that was destroyed during World War II. Before that, according to local legend, the area had been used for executions during the Edo period. I don't know if any of that history explains what happened to me that night. I don't know what that thing was that visited me, or what it meant by next time. All I know is that I've never felt anything like the terror of that night, before or since. Sometimes I still dream about that mansion and the man with his offer. You can have all of this if 666. I always wake up before I can ask him what he means. Part of me doesn't want to know. Part of me is afraid I already do. Whatever was in Building 666 at Misawa Air Base wanted something from me, from all of us who lived there. I don't think it was just scaring us for fun. It was looking for someone vulnerable, someone who would say yes to whatever bargain it was offering. I've moved on with my life since then, got married, had kids, separated from the military, but I still sleep with a light on. And sometimes when I'm alone in a quiet room, I find myself holding my breath, listening for that scraping sound of something dragging across the floor toward my bed. Story 17. I still can't believe what happened to me 3 years ago in Tijuana. I've never been able to tell this to anyone except anonymously here because I know how it sounds. But I swear on everything I love that this happened exactly as I'm about to describe it. My husband, Carlos, our 3-year-old daughter, Lucia, and I had spent the day shopping in Tijuana. We live in San Diego and make these day trips a few times a year to visit Carlos's cousins and buy some authentic Mexican stuff you can't find in California. The plan was to drive back home before dark, like we always do. Around 6 in the evening it started raining. Not just regular rain, but coming down in sheets. The radio was saying there were flash flood warnings all along the route back to the border. Carlos suggested we just get a hotel for the night and head back in the morning. I agreed because driving with Lucia in those conditions seemed too risky. So we started looking for hotels. This was during spring break, which we hadn't considered, and literally everything was booked. We tried like 7 different places before finding this hotel about half a mile from the border crossing. It wasn't fancy, maybe 2 or 3 stars, but the lobby looked clean enough, and we were getting desperate. The lady at the front desk told us they had exactly 1 room left on the 6th floor. We took it without hesitation. Carlos paid in cash, and we headed up with just our shopping bags and Lucia's small backpack of emergency supplies I always keep in the car. Thank God for mom paranoia, right? The moment we walked into that 6th floor room, I felt something was off. It was boiling hot in there. The air conditioning was running full blast, but it was pumping out hot air. Carlos messed with the thermostat, but nothing changed. If anything, it got hotter. Lucia was getting cranky because of the heat, and I was starting to sweat through my clothes. Carlos called the front desk, and they said they'd send maintenance. We waited 45 minutes. Nothing. Called again. They said the guy was on his way. Another 30 minutes. Still nothing. By this point, it must have been at least 95 degrees in that room. Lucia was crying, and I was losing my patience. Carlos went down to the lobby himself. I could hear him arguing with the staff all the way from the elevator. He came back up with the night manager, who tried the thermostat and then admitted they couldn't fix it tonight. After more arguing, Carlos can be pretty forceful when his family is uncomfortable. They reluctantly offered us the only other room they had, a room on the first floor they said was being held for maintenance, but was technically habitable. This new room was next to a maintenance closet and right by an exit door. Not ideal, but at least it wasn't a sauna. The first thing I noticed was the smell, stale, like the room hadn't been used in months. There was a mustiness that air freshener couldn't hide, but the air conditioning worked, and at that point, it was almost 11 at night, and we were all exhausted. We got Lucia to sleep in the rollaway bed they'd brought up. Carlos passed out almost immediately on his side of the king bed. I stayed up checking emails on my phone for maybe 20 minutes before finally turning off the bedside lamp. I'd been asleep for maybe an hour when I woke up to a strange sound. It was like something heavy being dragged across the floor behind the headboard of our bed. Scrap. Pause. Scrap. I figured it was probably the maintenance staff working in the closet next door, even though it was the middle of the night. I checked my phone. It was 2:17 in the morning. I tried to ignore it and go back to sleep, but then I heard soft thumps on the wall. Thump, thump, thump. Like someone tapping with the side of their fist, but muffled. It wasn't super loud, but it was rhythmic and constant. I nudged Carlos, but he's the deepest sleeper I know, and just rolled over. I needed to use the bathroom, so I got up thinking I'd splash some water on my face and hopefully the noises would stop by the time I got back to bed. As soon as my feet hit the floor, the sounds stopped completely. The sudden silence was almost worse than the noise. The bathroom in this room was weird. It had one of those old-fashioned medicine cabinets with a mirror that was recessed into the wall. As I was washing my hands, the thumping started again, but this time it was right behind the mirror, like someone was tapping from inside the wall. I practically ran back to bed. Lucia had woken up and was whimpering in her rollaway. I picked her up and put her in the bed between me and Carlos, figuring she'd feel safer there. She fell back asleep almost immediately, but now I was wide awake. Carlos was still dead to the world, and with Lucia taking up the middle of the bed, I moved to the edge to give them space. That's when the dragging sound came back. Scrap. Pause. Scrappy. But now it was accompanied by something new, what sounded like someone crying, not loud sobbing, but that muffled weeping sound when someone's trying to cry quietly. It was coming from behind the wall where our headboard was. I sat up and listened harder, wondering if maybe someone in the next room was having a bad night. But the weeping seemed to be moving, starting low behind the headboard, then gradually moving upward until it sounded like it was coming from the ceiling above me. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I thought about calling the front desk, but wasn't sure what I'd even say. "Hi. I think your walls are crying." They already thought we were difficult guests after the whole AC situation. I was trying to convince myself it was just weird plumbing or the building settling when I caught something in my peripheral vision, a roundish shadow peeking from the end of the bed. When I turned to look directly at it, the shadow quickly retreated toward the bathroom doorway. Then it zipped back toward the bed at a speed that wasn't natural, like it covered 10 feet in a split second. I froze. I couldn't scream or move. I just pulled the sheets over my head like a little kid, as if that would protect me from whatever was in our room. Under the covers, I could hear the thumping on the walls getting louder and more insistent. It was moving up the wall in a pattern now, and the weeping sound was getting louder too. I don't know how long I stayed under those sheets, but eventually I needed air. I slowly pulled the sheet down just enough to get a breath. And that's when it happened. A horrifying screeching cry erupted right beside my ear. It wasn't human, it wasn't animal. It was this piercing, agonized sound that felt like it was drilling into my brain. It was so loud and so close that I tried to scream, but nothing came out. I jerked so hard I fell out of the bed onto the floor. I landed on my back, looking up at the ceiling, and I swear to God what I saw there. No, I can't even describe it properly. It was like a mass of darkness that had shape but no definition. Like if you tried to make a person out of smoke, but the smoke kept shifting and changing, and it was looking down at me. I couldn't move. I literally could not make my body respond. It was like sleep paralysis, but I was definitely awake. I laid there on the floor, staring up at this thing on the ceiling for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Eventually, it just faded away, merging with the shadows in the corner of the room. I stayed on that floor until the first light of dawn came through the window. I didn't sleep. I didn't move. I just laid there, terrified that if I tried to get back in bed or wake Carlos, whatever that thing was would come back. When the room finally got light enough that I could see every corner clearly, I got up. My body was stiff and sore from laying on the hard floor all night. Carlos and Lucia were still sleeping peacefully, completely unaware of what had happened. I woke Carlos up and told him I wasn't feeling well and wanted to leave right away. I didn't tell him why. I couldn't bring myself to say it out loud. He could see I was shaken up and didn't argue. We packed our few things, checked out, and were on the road by 7 in the morning. As we drove away, I looked back at the hotel. From the outside, it looked completely normal. Just another somewhat run-down border town hotel. Nothing special. Nothing that would make you think it housed something not of this world. I've never told Carlos or anyone else what happened that night. What would I say? That I saw a ghost? A demon? I don't even know what it was. All I know is that it was real, and it targeted me specifically. Why me and not Carlos or Lucia? I don't know. Maybe it feeds on fear, and it sensed I was already uneasy about the room. It's been 3 years, and I still have nightmares about that screeching sound in my ear. I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced that Shadow is hovering above our bed. Carlos has suggested day trips to Tijuana several times since then, and I always find an excuse not to go. I will never, ever stay in a hotel in Tijuana again. And sometimes when I'm alone in our bathroom at home, I avoid looking directly at the mirror, afraid of what might be looking back at me from behind it. I know how this sounds. I know most people would say I had a nightmare or hallucinated from stress, but I know what I experienced was real. That hotel room had something in it, something that shouldn't exist. And the most terrifying part is wondering if it's still there, waiting for the next unsuspecting guest who gets that room by the maintenance closet on the first floor, story 18. I still struggle to talk about what happened that night, even though it's been almost 3 months. Michael says we should just move on, but I can't get that sound out of my head. I catch myself listening for it when I'm alone in the house, especially at night. I've never heard anything like it before, and I hope I never will again. We bought our house in Ravens Creek last summer after getting married in May. It's a beautiful old place, built in 1909, with those high ceilings and original hardwood floors you just can't find in newer homes. When we first toured it, I fell in love with the craftsmanship, the way the afternoon light filtered through the stained glass above the front door, and how cozy it felt despite being over 100 years old. Michael was hesitant about buying such an old home, worried about maintenance issues, but I convinced him it had character and would be perfect for raising our family. Our daughter Emma had just turned 2, and we wanted her to grow up in a real home, not the cramped apartment we'd been renting. We knew the house needed work. What century-old house doesn't? But the price was right, and we figured we could fix things up gradually. When we moved in, a few neighbors mentioned rumors about the house being haunted, but they said it almost jokingly, the way people always do with old houses. I remember Mrs. Keller from 2 doors down saying, "Every house this old has stories," before helping us unpack our kitchen boxes. I didn't think much of it then. I've never been particularly superstitious, and Michael even less so. The fact that our house sits directly across from Hartley's funeral home wasn't a concern either. I actually thought it was nice how quiet and well-maintained the grounds were. Emma loved watching the occasional procession of fancy cars, though we always made sure to be respectful when services were happening. For the first few months, everything was perfectly normal. Well, almost normal. Both Michael and I occasionally noticed things. Nothing concrete enough to mention to each other at first, just those moments when you think you see something move in your peripheral vision, but when you turn, nothing's there. Or when you feel like someone just walked past you in an empty room. Little things that are easy to dismiss. I remember one afternoon in December when I was folding laundry in our bedroom, and I could have sworn someone was standing in the doorway watching me. When I looked up, the doorway was empty. Another time, Michael jumped while washing dishes, saying he'd seen a dark figure pass behind him in the reflection of the kitchen window. We'd laugh these moments off, blame it on the old house settling or our tired eyes playing tricks. But what happened on January 21st wasn't something we could laugh off or rationalize away. It had been brutally cold that week, even for our area. The temperature had dropped to -35°C, and the weatherman kept warning everyone to stay indoors unless absolutely necessary. We'd been cooped up in the house for days, and that night wasn't any different. We'd put Emma to bed around 8, but she was going through a phase where she'd wake up and want to come downstairs. That night, she'd wandered down around 9:30, rubbing her eyes and clutching her stuffed rabbit. Rather than fight it, we let her curl up on the couch with us while we watched a crime documentary on Netflix. She fell asleep almost immediately, her head on my lap, and we decided to just let her stay there until we went up to bed. The documentary ended around 2:45 in the morning. I was exhausted, my eyes burning from staying up so late. I gently moved Emma's head onto a pillow and covered her with the throw blanket. She was sleeping so peacefully that we didn't want to risk waking her by carrying her upstairs. "I'm heading up," I whispered to Michael, who was scrolling through his phone. "Coming?" "In a minute," he said, "just going to fill my water bottle first." I nodded and headed upstairs, each step creaking in that familiar way I'd grown accustomed to. Our bedroom was at the end of the hallway, with Emma's room right next to ours. I went through my usual routine, washing my face, brushing my teeth, changing into pajamas, before climbing into our bed. The sheets were cold, and I pulled the comforter up to my chin, huddling underneath to warm up. Michael was taking longer than usual, but I figured he was probably checking the doors or turning off lights downstairs. I grabbed my phone to scroll through social media for a few minutes before sleep. That's when it happened. I'd been in bed for maybe 5 minutes when I heard it. A scream, but not just any scream. This wasn't human. It didn't sound like anything I'd ever heard before. It came from downstairs, somewhere near our living room. It was loud, piercing, and went on for what felt like forever, but was probably only 3 or 4 seconds. The only way I can describe it is demonic. It started low and then rose to this horrible pitch that made my skin feel like it was trying to crawl off my body. It wasn't an animal sound, wasn't mechanical, wasn't a person in pain. It was something else entirely. I froze, my phone dropping onto my chest. My first thought was, Emma. Oh God, Emma was downstairs on the couch, and Michael. I couldn't move. My entire body had locked up in fear. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and I couldn't seem to catch my breath. With shaking hands, I grabbed my phone and texted Michael. "Did you hear that?" His response came immediately. "What the fuck was that?" Knowing he'd heard it too somehow made it worse. It meant I hadn't imagined it. Something had made that sound in our house. I texted back, "Check Emma." I wanted to run downstairs, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. I sat there, trembling, waiting for Michael to respond. Every second felt like an eternity. Finally, my phone lit up. "She's still asleep, didn't even stir. I'm bringing her upstairs. Right now." How could Emma have slept through that noise? It was so loud, so jarring. It had cut through the quiet house like a physical force. It made no sense that she hadn't woken up. I heard Michael's footsteps on the stairs, quick and heavy. He appeared in our doorway, cradling Emma, who was still fast asleep, her head lolling against his shoulder, completely undisturbed. "What the hell was that?" he whispered, his face pale in the dim light from the hallway. He looked terrified. which scared me even more because Michael doesn't scare easily. "I don't know," I said, my voice barely audible. It sounded like it came from the living room. It did. I was in the kitchen, and it definitely came from the living room, but Emma was right there, sleeping. She didn't make that sound. She didn't even wake up. He gently laid Emma down on our bed and then sat beside me, running his hands through his hair. That wasn't normal. We sat in silence for a moment, both of us trying to process what had happened. "Could it have been outside?" I asked, already knowing the answer. Michael shook his head. "All the windows are shut tight because of the cold, and that sound, it was in the house, Sarah, right there in the living room." "Maybe it was the TV?" I suggested weakly. "The TV was off. I turned it off right after you went upstairs." We went through every possible explanation. Could it have been a wild animal outside? No. Besides the windows being closed and the insulation being good, there are no foxes or other animals in our area that make sounds like that, and it was far too cold for any animal to be out anyway. Could it have been a neighbor? No. Our nearest neighbors are the Millers, and their house is a good 30 feet away. Plus, everyone's windows were sealed against the cold. Could it have been the furnace or some other appliance? No. We'd been living there for months and knew all the normal house sounds. Every rational explanation fell apart, leaving us with something we didn't want to face. Whatever had made that sound wasn't normal. It wasn't explainable. Neither of us slept that night. We kept Emma between us in our bed, both of us alert to every creak and groan of the house. I kept seeing shadows moving in the corners of our room, but when I'd look directly, nothing would be there. Michael admitted later that he'd experienced the same thing. Morning couldn't come fast enough. When the first grey light filtered through our curtains, I felt a measure of relief. Somehow the darkness had made everything worse, as if whatever had screamed could only exist in the shadows. Over breakfast, we tried again to make sense of what had happened. Emma was her usual cheerful self, completely unaware of the fear that had gripped us through the night. "Maybe we should talk to the neighbors," Michael suggested, pouring himself a third cup of coffee. "See if they've ever experienced anything like this." I nodded, remembering what Mrs. Keller and others had hinted at when we first moved in. They did say the house was haunted. "I never believed in that stuff," Michael said quietly, "but after last night..." That afternoon, I went to Mrs. Keller's house while Emma was napping and Michael was watching her. The older woman invited me in for tea, and I tried to casually bring up the topic. "We heard a strange sound in our house last night," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Like a scream, but not human." Mrs. Keller's hand paused midway to her teacup. "In the living room?" A chill ran down my spine. "Yes." "How did you know?" She sighed, setting her cup down carefully. "The Hendersons who lived there before you mentioned something similar, and the family before them moved out after less than a year. There's always been talk about that house." "What kind of talk?" I pressed. "Nothing specific. Just that things happen there that can't be explained. Sounds, objects moving, feelings of being watched." She patted my hand. "But no one's ever been hurt, dear. Whatever it is, I don't think it means harm." That wasn't as reassuring as she probably intended it to be. When I got home, I told Michael what Mrs. Keller had said. We sat at our kitchen table, the house quiet except for the hum of the refrigerator. "What do we do now?" I asked. Michael shrugged, looking tired. "What can we do? We have a mortgage. We can't just move." I remembered something my aunt, who was into New Age spirituality, had once told me. "I'm going to smudge the house." The next morning, after dropping Emma at daycare, I went to a local metaphysical shop and bought white sage bundles, Palo Santo, and a bag of sea salt. The woman at the shop gave me instructions on how to properly cleanse the space. I felt a bit silly at first, walking through our house with burning sage, opening windows despite the freezing temperature, and reciting the phrases the shop owner had taught me. All negative energies must leave this space. Only light and love are welcome here. I did this room by room, paying special attention to the living room. The cold air rushed in through the open windows, carrying away the sage smoke and, I hoped, whatever stagnant energy had built up in the house. It's been almost 3 months since that night. We haven't heard the scream again, but the memory of it hasn't faded. Sometimes when I'm alone in the house during the day, I'll hear what sounds like footsteps upstairs when no one's there. Michael says he's seen shadows moving out of the corner of his eye more frequently. Emma's started talking to someone invisible named Old Lady, though that could just be a normal imaginary friend. We're still in the house. The mortgage, as Michael pointed out, isn't going anywhere. But things have changed. We don't watch TV late into the night anymore. We make sure Emma sleeps in her own bed, door closed, and I keep sage burning regularly, just in case. I don't know what screamed in our living room that night. I don't know why our daughter didn't hear it when we both did so clearly, and I don't know if it will ever happen again, but I do know this. Our house may be beautiful, with its century-old craftsmanship and character, but it's not just ours. And sometimes, in the quiet moments when I'm alone, I still find myself listening, waiting, wondering if whatever made that sound is listening too. Story 19. I've never been someone who believes in ghosts. I'm the skeptic in our friend group, the one who always explains away the weird sounds and looks for logical answers. But what happened at that cabin in the Appalachian Mountains a few months ago, I still can't explain it, and I'm not sure I want to try. My husband Thomas and I had planned this trip with our 3 friends, Jess, Mike and Liz, for months, a weekend getaway in early February, when the snow would be perfect for tubing. We found this beautiful cabin near Seven Devils, North Carolina. The photos online looked amazing. 3 bedrooms, a hot tub on the deck, panoramic mountain views. Perfect, right? The drive up was the first sign that maybe this wasn't going to be the relaxing weekend we'd planned. The GPS took us on this narrow road that wound its way up the mountain. When I say narrow, I mean barely wide enough for one car, with absolutely no guardrail and a drop that made my stomach turn every time I looked out the passenger window. Thomas kept telling me not to look down, but you know how that goes. Telling someone not to look is basically guaranteeing they will. About halfway up, Jess, who was in the back seat, pointed out these weird wooden faces carved into some of the trees along the roadside. They weren't like cute little forest creatures or anything. They were these distorted human faces with hollow eyes. At first, I thought they were cool in a folksy Appalachian art kind of way. But the higher we went, the more unsettling they seemed. They all seemed to be facing the road, like they were watching travelers pass by. Creepy little welcome committee, Mike joked from the back, but nobody really laughed. When we finally reached the cabin, my anxiety about the drive faded. The place was gorgeous, all wood and windows with this incredible view of the mountains stretching out forever. We unloaded our stuff, claimed bedrooms, and headed out for an afternoon of snow tubing at the nearby resort. The day was perfect. We spent hours racing down the slopes, laughing until our sides hurt. By evening, we were exhausted in the best way. We picked up some groceries and drinks on the way back to the cabin, cooked a huge dinner together, and then relaxed in the hot tub as the stars came out. The wind was picking up, but the hot water felt amazing against the cold air. After the hot tub, we dried off, changed, and spent a few hours playing board games in the living room. Just a normal, fun night with friends. Nothing weird happened. We had a few drinks, told some stories, and eventually decided to call it a night around 1 in the morning. Thomas and I took the master bedroom on the main floor. The others had rooms upstairs. I remember falling asleep almost instantly, worn out from the day's activities. I woke up at 4:15 according to the glowing numbers on the bedside clock. At first I wasn't sure why I'd woken up. The cabin was quiet except for Thomas's steady breathing beside me and the wind howling outside, but something felt off. I was sweating even though the room wasn't particularly warm. My heart was beating too fast, like I'd been startled awake. I needed to pee, so I carefully slid out of bed, trying not to wake Thomas. The wooden floor was cold under my bare feet as I padded to the bathroom attached to our bedroom. After using the toilet, I decided to get some water from the kitchen. As soon as I stepped into the hallway, I felt a blast of cold air, way colder than it should have been. I turned the corner into the living room and immediately saw why. The front door was standing wide open, not just unlocked but fully open, with the wind blowing straight into the cabin. My first thought was that someone hadn't closed it properly after we'd used the hot tub. Maybe the wind had pushed it open. It was gusty enough, but we'd all come in hours ago, and I specifically remembered Mike checking that it was locked before we started playing games. I walked over, feeling the cold mountain air raising goosebumps on my arms. The porch light was off, making the doorway look like a black hole cut into the cabin. I reached around the doorframe and flipped the switch, flooding the porch with light. There was nothing there except our snowy footprints from earlier, now partially filled in by the wind. I pulled the door closed firmly and turned the deadbolt. I even tugged on the handle to make sure it was properly secured. It was. As I turned to head back to bed, a sound stopped me dead in my tracks, the metallic click of the deadbolt turning. I froze, thinking maybe I was hearing things, but then came the slight creak of the door hinges. Slowly, I turned around. The deadbolt had rotated back to the unlocked position, all by itself, and now the door was swinging open again, not violently like it had been caught by the wind, but slowly, deliberately, as if someone was carefully opening it. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I just stood there, staring as the door opened fully, revealing the empty porch beyond. Through the door's large window panel, I could see that there was no one there. The adjacent window gave me a clear view of most of the porch, and it was completely empty. And here's the thing that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. Those wooden steps leading up to the porch were old and creaky. We'd all commented on it when bringing in our luggage. There's no way anyone could have opened that door and moved away without making noise on those steps. It was impossible. But the door had opened itself. I watched it happen. For several seconds, I just stood there, unable to process what I was seeing. The cold air rushed in, bringing with it the smell of pine and snow. Outside, the wind howled through the trees, but that wasn't what had opened the door. The movement had been too controlled, too deliberate. Finally, I managed to unfreeze myself. I rushed forward and slammed the door shut, turning the deadbolt again with trembling fingers. This time, I also slid the chain lock into place, something we hadn't bothered with earlier. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I backed away from the door slowly, waiting to see if it would open again. When it remained closed, I hurried back to our bedroom, shutting and locking that door too. Thomas stirred as I climbed back into bed. "Everything okay?" he mumbled, half asleep. I didn't want to scare him, and I was still trying to convince myself there was some logical explanation. "Yeah, just got some water," I lied, pulling the covers up to my chin despite feeling overheated with adrenaline. I lay awake for the rest of the night, listening. Every creak of the cabin settling, every gust of wind made me tense up. I kept expecting to hear the front door open again, or footsteps, or something, but there was nothing except the normal sounds of a cabin in the woods. When morning finally came, I was exhausted but relieved. In the light of day, I almost managed to convince myself I'd imagined the whole thing, or that there was some explanation involving the wind and a faulty lock. I didn't mention it to anyone as we made breakfast and packed up our things. We were only staying one night, thankfully. I couldn't wait to get back down that treacherous mountain road, as scary as it had seemed on the way up. We were almost finished loading the cars when Mike stopped suddenly, his head tilted to one side. "Do you guys hear that?" he asked. We all went quiet, listening. At first, I didn't hear anything except the wind. Then it came, a deep, hollow knocking sound from somewhere in the woods surrounding the cabin. Knock, knock. Then silence for maybe 15 seconds. Then again, knock, knock. "It's just trees hitting each other in the wind," Liz said, but she didn't sound convinced. The knocking continued, always in pairs, always with that same pause between sets. It seemed to be coming from different directions, like whatever was making the sound was moving around us. "Let's finish up and get going," Thomas said, and no one argued. As we got into our cars, I looked back at the cabin one last time. Through the large front window, I could see straight through to the kitchen where we'd left the cabin keys on the counter for the cleaning service. As I watched, the front door swung slowly open, even though there was no one near it. I didn't say anything to Thomas. I just turned around in my seat and stared straight ahead as we drove down the mountain. The carved faces in the trees seemed to follow our progress with their hollow eyes. We've all stayed in touch since that weekend, but no one has suggested another cabin trip. Sometimes when we get together, I consider bringing up what happened with the door, asking if anyone else experienced anything strange. But I never do. I'm not sure I want to know. I've looked online for other reviews of that cabin, wondering if anyone else has reported anything unusual. I haven't found anything specific, but there was one review that caught my attention. All it said was, "Beautiful views, but we won't be back. The place didn't want us there." I know exactly what they meant. I still don't believe in ghosts, not really. But whatever was in that cabin, whatever opened that door while I stood there watching, I can't explain it. And to this day, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I get out of bed to check that our front door is locked every single time. Story 20. I still can't sleep properly after what happened last week. I keep replaying it in my head, trying to make sense of it, but I can't. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I'm the guy who laughs during horror movies and explains away creaky floorboards as just old houses settling. But what I saw, what both my wife and I saw, I can't explain it. I live in Willowbrook, a tiny village with barely 500 people. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone's business, where the most exciting thing that happens is when someone paints their fence a different color. I've lived here my whole life, and nothing strange has ever happened. Until now. It was around 3 in the morning last Tuesday. I woke up suddenly with a desperate craving for a cigarette. Emma hates me smoking in the house, so I quietly got out of bed, grabbed my pack from the kitchen drawer, and stepped outside onto our front porch. The night was unusually still, no breeze, no distant traffic noise, nothing. Our neighbors, the Millers, were away visiting their daughter in Colorado, so their house next door was dark and empty. I lit my cigarette and took a deep drag, enjoying the quiet. That's when I noticed movement from the corner of my eye. Between the Millers' house and ours, there's a narrow passage, maybe 6 feet wide. In that space, I saw a dark figure emerge. At first, I thought maybe someone was trying to break into the Miller's place. The figure moved with purpose, not sneaking or skulking, but walking confidently, like they had every right to be there. The figure approached the Miller's front door and just stood there, completely motionless. It was facing away from me, so I couldn't see a face, but I could make out the silhouette clearly because of the solar floodlight the Millers installed last year. It was tall, probably around 6 feet, and wearing what looked like a wide-brimmed hat or some kind of bonnet. The clothing was all black, a long coat or cloak that went almost to the ground, covered in tiny white specks that caught the light. Dark pants, dark shoes. I'm not a confrontational guy, but it was 3 in the morning, my neighbors were away, and this stranger was just standing at their door. It felt wrong. So I took a few steps forward and called out, "Excuse me, can I help you?" I swear on everything I care about, what happened next is true. The figure vanished, not ran away, not ducked behind something. It completely disappeared before my eyes. 1 second it was there, solid as anything, and the next, nothing, gone, like someone had erased it from existence. I froze, my cigarette fell from my fingers. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I must be more tired than I realized. But I wasn't seeing things. The figure was gone, and there was nowhere it could have hidden. The Miller's yard is open, with just a couple of shrubs that wouldn't hide a child, let alone a full-grown adult. I stood there for what felt like forever, heart hammering in my chest. Finally, I got my wits about me enough to grab my phone from my pocket and turn on the flashlight. Part of me was terrified of what I might find, but I had to check. With shaking hands, I approached the miller's front door. It was locked tight, no signs of forced entry. I shined my light around the yard, checking every possible hiding spot. Nothing. Not a footprint in the soft dirt of the flower beds, no broken branches on the shrubs, nothing to indicate anyone had been there at all. I even checked under their porch, thinking maybe someone could have squeezed in there, but the lattice work was intact, covered in cobwebs that hadn't been disturbed in ages. There was literally nowhere this person could have gone. In the split second, I took my eyes off them. By this point, I was freaking out. I went back to my house, locked the door, and sat in the living room with all the lights on until morning. I kept telling myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe I dozed off standing up and dreamed the whole thing. Maybe it was a weird shadow or reflection, but deep down, I knew what I saw. When Emma woke up around 7, she found me still sitting in the living room looking like hell. She asked what was wrong, and I told her everything. I expected her to laugh or tell me I was being ridiculous. Instead, her face went white. "John," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "I saw the same thing 3 nights ago." My blood ran cold. Emma explained that on Saturday night she'd gotten up around midnight to get some water. She glanced out the kitchen window and saw a figure standing in our driveway, facing the miller's house. She described it exactly as I had seen it. Tall, wearing what looked like a hat or bonnet, dressed all in black with a long coat or cloak covered in small white specks. She said she blinked, and in that instant, it vanished. She convinced herself she was just tired and seeing things. She didn't tell me because she thought I'd think she was crazy, and I probably would have if I hadn't seen it myself. We spent the whole day trying to come up with rational explanations. Maybe it was a prowler who's really good at hiding. Maybe it was some kind of shared hallucination brought on by stress or something in our water. But none of the explanations fit what we'd experienced. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept getting up to check the windows, half expecting to see the figure standing in our yard, looking in at us. Around 2 in the morning, I grabbed a kitchen knife and went outside. I felt ridiculous, but I had to know if it would come back. I sat on our porch for hours, watching the miller's house. Nothing happened. Just before dawn, exhausted and feeling foolish, I went back inside and finally fell asleep. The next day, I started asking around town, carefully, trying not to sound like I'd lost my mind. Old Mrs. Winters, who's lived in Willowbrook for over 70 years, got a strange look on her face when I described what I'd seen. "That sounds like the midnight visitor," she said quietly. According to Mrs. Winters, there have been sightings of a similar figure in Willowbrook going back decades, always at night, always near empty houses, always disappearing when spotted. She said her own grandmother had seen it back in the 1930s, standing outside the old Peterson place after the family had moved away. I'm not saying I believe in ghosts or anything like that, but I know what I saw, and I know what Emma saw, and I don't have a better explanation. The Millers came home yesterday, and I casually asked if anything seemed out of place in their house. They said everything was exactly as they'd left it. Part of me wants to set up cameras to try and catch this thing on video, but another part of me is terrified of what might happen if I do. What if it knows? What if it doesn't like being watched? I keep thinking about how it was facing the miller's door, like it was waiting to be invited in. What if it turns its attention to our house next? I haven't told Emma, but I've started checking all the locks twice before bed. I've been waking up throughout the night, listening for any unusual sounds. Last night, around 3 again, I could have sworn I heard footsteps on our front porch. Soft, measured steps, like someone pacing back and forth. I was too scared to look. The thing that keeps bothering me is those white specks on its clothing. They caught the light in such a strange way, almost like they were glowing. I've never seen fabric like that, and the way it moved. Smooth, almost gliding. No bobbing up and down like a normal person walking. Just a steady, purposeful movement. It's been 5 days since I saw it, and nothing else has happened. Maybe it's gone. Maybe it was never really there at all. but I can't shake the feeling that it's still around, watching, waiting. For what? I don't know. I've lived in this village my entire life, and I've never felt unsafe here until now. I find myself looking over my shoulder constantly, scanning shadowy corners, jumping at every unexpected sound. Emma's been having nightmares. She woke up screaming last night, saying she dreamed the figure was standing at the foot of our bed. I don't know what to do. Call the police and tell them what exactly, that my wife and I saw a ghostly figure that disappears into thin air. They'd think we were crazy or on drugs. Set up cameras. What if we catch something I don't want to see? Or worse, what if we catch nothing at all? And I have to face the possibility that we're both losing our minds. For now, I'm just trying to go about my normal life. I go to work. I come home. I watch TV with Emma, pretending everything is fine. But every night, as the sun goes down, I feel a knot forming in my stomach. And every time I look out the window at the narrow space between our house and the miller's, I expect to see that figure emerge from the shadows. Maybe writing this down will help me process it, make it seem less terrifying. Or maybe someone reading this has seen something similar and can tell me what the hell is going on. All I know is that something impossible happened in my boring little village, and I can't unsee it. It's getting dark now. Emma's already in bed, but I don't think I'll be sleeping tonight. I keep looking at the clock, watching the minutes tick by, wondering if 3 a.m. holds some special significance. Will it come back at the same time? Is it out there right now, waiting for me to step outside again? I just heard something on the 3 porch. Story 21. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last semester. I'm 19 now, but I was 17 when I first moved to Pinecrest for college. It's this small mountain town that seemed perfect for a fresh start. After growing up in a rough neighborhood in California with my mom constantly bringing home sketchy boyfriends, I just wanted somewhere quiet and safe. My roommate Jess seemed cool at first. She'd been at Pinecrest University for a year already and knew everyone. Within the first week, she introduced me to her circle of friends, including this guy Phil. Something about him made my skin crawl from the beginning. He was 26, but hung around college parties like he belonged there. Whenever he looked at me, I felt like I needed a shower. I tried to avoid him, but Jess was always inviting him to our dorm to hang out. One Thursday in October, Jess texted me while I was leaving my afternoon class. "Dinner tonight? Phil's friend Dave wants to meet you. They're buying." I wasn't stupid. I knew it was basically a setup for a double date, but I was broke and the promise of free food was tempting. Plus, I figured we'd be in a public place. What could go wrong? As long as we're back by 9. "I have an early class tomorrow," I texted back. When Phil showed up in his beat-up red pickup truck around 6, I immediately noticed Dave sitting in the passenger seat. Jess climbed in first, leaving me to squeeze in beside this guy I'd never met. He was older too, probably mid-20s, with this weird smile that didn't reach his eyes. As I was climbing in, my foot hit something hard on the floor of the truck. I looked down and my heart stopped. A shotgun was just lying there, partially covered by a ratty blanket. "What the hell is that?" I blurted out before I could stop myself. Phil glanced back casually. "Just my hunting rifle, don't worry about it." Growing up in California, I'd barely even seen guns except on cops. Having one just sitting at my feet made me instantly nauseous. I should have gotten out right then, made up some excuse. But Jess was already chatting away like everything was normal, and I didn't want to seem like the paranoid city girl. We drove to this wing place on the edge of town. It wasn't great, but the food was decent, and at least we were in public. Phil kept ordering beers, and though I nursed mine slowly, Jess was downing them like water. Dave kept trying to put his arm around me or touch my leg under the table. Each time, I'd shift away or go to the bathroom. I texted my friend Emma from back home. "On weird double date, guy has gun in truck. If I don't text by 10, call police." She responded with, "WTF, get out of there," but I just put my phone away. Around 8, Phil announced we should go to this cool spot he knew about. "It's this awesome park with a view of the whole valley," he said. "Perfect spot to finish these beers." Jess was practically sitting in his lap by then, giggling at everything he said. I didn't want to go anywhere else, but Jess looked at me with those pleading eyes. Come on, Riley, don't be such a buzzkill. We'll have you back by 9. The moment we got back in the truck, I knew something was wrong. Instead of heading toward campus or any park I knew of, Phil turned onto a dirt road that led straight into the dense woods. The trees closed in around us, blocking out what little light was left in the evening sky. My phone's signal dropped to nothing. "Where are we going?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just a little place I know," Phil said, smirking in the rearview mirror. "It's an adventure." We drove for at least 20 minutes, each minute taking us farther from civilization. The road got rougher, the truck bouncing violently over potholes. Dave's hand kept accidentally landing on my thigh every time we hit a bump. I was clutching my phone so hard my knuckles turned white, even though I had no signal. Finally, Phil stopped the truck in what looked like a small clearing. Through the trees, I could make out the silhouette of a house, or what used to be a house. It was this dilapidated wooden structure with parts of the roof caved in and windows either broken or boarded up. "What is this place?" I whispered, my throat suddenly dry. "Just an old hunting cabin," Dave said, his breath hot against my ear. "Nobody's been here for years. We can do whatever we want." The way he said "whatever we want" made my blood run cold. Jess seemed oblivious, already stumbling out of the truck with Phil. I hesitated, and Dave grabbed my arm. "Come on, don't be scared." His grip was too tight, his fingernails digging into my skin. I yanked away and reluctantly got out of the truck, figuring I'd have a better chance of running from outside than trapped in the cab. The air was different here, heavy and cold. The only sounds were the crunching of leaves under our feet and the distant hooting of an owl. Phil and Jess were already walking toward the house, his flashlight beam bouncing wildly across the decaying porch. I hung back, trying to think of a way out of this situation. That's when I saw it. One of the windows on the second floor wasn't boarded up, just cracked in a spiderweb pattern. As Phil's flashlight briefly illuminated it, I saw movement behind the glass, a dark shadow shifting, like someone was watching us. I blinked, thinking it was just my imagination playing tricks. Then I saw the eyes. 2 glowing red dots appeared in the darkness of that broken window, not reflecting red like an animal's eyes in light. These were glowing from within, like hot coals, and they were looking directly at me. I froze, unable to move or speak. Those eyes blinked once, slowly, deliberately. The presence behind them felt ancient and malevolent, like nothing I'd ever encountered. It wasn't human, couldn't be human. In that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that if I entered that house, I would never leave. My entire body went cold, then numb. The fear wasn't just in my mind, it was physical, like ice water replacing my blood. I could feel those eyes looking not just at me, but into me, seeing everything. "Riley, come on," Jess called from the porch. Phil was already trying to force the front door open, shoving his shoulder against the rotting wood. Dave was walking back toward me, his face half hidden in shadow. I don't know if it was divine intervention or pure survival instinct, but suddenly my body knew exactly what to do. The anxiety and fear bubbled up from my stomach, and I doubled over and vomited violently, all over the floor of the truck where the shotgun lay. It wasn't fake. The terror had triggered a genuine physical response. I threw up again, making sure it covered as much of the gun as possible. "What the fuck?" Phil shouted, running back to the truck. "You stupid bitch." I collapsed against the side of the truck, trembling and pale. "I'm really sick," I gasped, wiping my mouth. "I need to go home." "She puked all over your gun, man," Dave said, peering into the truck with disgust. Phil looked furious, his face contorted in the dim light. For a second, I thought he might hit me. I kept my eyes on the ground, playing up how sick I felt, which wasn't hard considering how terrified I was. "Jess needs to take me back," I moaned. "I might have food poisoning." Jess looked annoyed, but also a little concerned. "Maybe we should go. She looks really bad." Phil and Dave exchanged a look I couldn't read. Phil kicked the tire of his truck. "Fine, but you're cleaning this up," he snapped at me. "I will, I promise. I just need to get back," I whispered. As we all got back in the truck, I risked one last glance at the house. Those red eyes were still there, watching. Just before Phil turned the truck around, I swear they blinked again, almost like a nod. The ride back was tense and silent. Jess kept shooting me dirty looks, clearly upset that I'd ruined her night. Dave had moved as far from me as possible in the cramped back seat. Phil drove too fast, taking curves dangerously on the dark forest road. When we finally reached campus, I practically fell out of the truck in my hurry to get away. Jess followed me to our dorm room, slamming the door behind us. "What the hell is wrong with you?" she hissed. "You embarrassed me in front of Phil." I couldn't tell her what I'd seen. She'd think I was crazy or making excuses. Instead, I just said, "That place was creepy, and they had a gun. Didn't you think something felt off?" She rolled her eyes. "They're hunters. Everyone around here has guns. You're just not used to how things are in real America." We barely spoke for days after that. She stopped inviting me to hang out with her and Phil, which was fine by me. A few weeks later, she moved out to stay with a friend, and I got a new roommate who was much more normal. I never told anyone about the red eyes. Who would believe me? I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, a trick of the light or my terrified mind creating something that wasn't there. But here's the thing. 4 months later, I was scrolling through Facebook when I saw Phil's mugshot. He'd been arrested for sexually assaulting a freshman at a party. Further digging revealed he was now on the sex offender registry for a previous offense in another state. Dave, too, had a record: breaking and entering, assault. Sometimes I wonder about those eyes in the window. Were they something evil, drawn to the darkness in Phil and Dave's hearts? Or were they warning me, showing themselves so I'd be too frightened to enter that house? I still have nightmares about those glowing red eyes staring into my soul. I wake up gasping for air, feeling like I narrowly escaped something far worse than I could imagine. My new therapist says it was just my subconscious processing the danger I was in, giving it a supernatural form I could respond to. Maybe she's right. But sometimes when I'm walking back to my dorm late at night and pass a dark window, I can't help but glance up, half expecting to see those red eyes watching me again. I'll never know what would have happened if we'd gone into that house, but I do know that something, whether it was my instincts, my guardian angel, or something darker, saved my life that night. And story 22. I never believed in ghosts growing up. Sure, I'd watch horror movies like everyone else, but I always thought people who claimed to have paranormal experiences were either seeking attention or had overactive imaginations. That changed last month, and I still don't know how to process what happened to me. I've been living in the same apartment in Willowbrook Heights my entire life. It's been in my family for generations. My grandmother lived here, then my parents, and now me. I never thought much about who might have lived here before us, or what energies might linger in these walls. When I was 10, I experienced some weird stuff. Heard things falling in the kitchen when no one was there, strange sounds coming from the balcony. My parents dismissed it as the building settling or neighbors making noise. Eventually, whatever it was stopped, and I forgot about it for years. Last month, the activity started again, but way more intense. I was getting ready for work, standing in front of my bathroom mirror, doing my makeup. I had my hairbrush sitting on the counter, completely stable, not near the edge or anything, when suddenly it just fell. No reason, no breeze, no vibration. Nothing bumped it. It just fell like someone had pushed it. I brushed it off as nothing, but the next day, my hairspray fell from the same counter. Again, it wasn't near the edge. It was actually positioned against the wall. 2 days later, the hairspray fell again. But this time, it fell with enough force that it rolled across my hallway carpet. And if you've seen my carpet, you'd know it's thick and plush, all the way to the other side of the hallway. That's when I started to feel uneasy. Over the next couple weeks, things got weirder. I'd wake up in the middle of the night to what sounded like footsteps right by my bed. My cat Milo would suddenly stare intensely at empty corners of the room, his eyes following something I couldn't see. I'd find merchandise I'd bought, things still in their packages, fallen off shelves where they'd been securely placed. The scariest moment, until the really bad stuff happened, was when I woke up one morning to the sound of breathing in my right ear. Not just a faint sound, It was clear as day, like someone was standing right next to my bed, breathing heavily. I jerked awake and scrambled out of bed so fast I nearly gave myself whiplash, but of course, there was no one there. Milo was asleep at the foot of my bed, completely undisturbed. I started researching online, looking at forums about paranormal activity, even though part of me still felt ridiculous. Was I losing my mind? Was there a carbon monoxide leak in my apartment? I checked the detector. It was working fine. I couldn't explain what was happening, but I knew I wasn't imagining it. Then came the night that confirmed everything and still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. It was about 2 weeks ago. I was up late, around 3:25 in the morning. My mom was asleep in her room, and I was in my bedroom scrolling through my phone. Our apartment has a long hallway with my bedroom on one end and the kitchen on the other. I suddenly heard the distinctive sound of silverware, forks clattering against plates, coming from the kitchen. My first thought was that my mom had gotten up for a midnight snack. It didn't seem unusual, so I didn't think much of it. But after a few minutes, I realized I hadn't heard the refrigerator open, no microwave beeping, no water running, just the sound of utensils against dishes. I got up to check if she needed anything. As soon as I stepped into the hallway, I noticed the kitchen was completely dark, no lights on at all. The sound was still there, but fainter now. I called out, "Mom?" No answer. I flipped on the hallway light and walked toward the kitchen. The sound stopped immediately. When I reached the kitchen and turned on the light, there was nobody there. No dirty dishes in the sink, no silverware out of place. Everything was exactly as we'd left it after dinner. I stood there for a minute, trying to make sense of what I'd heard. It wasn't the pipes or the refrigerator making noise. It was distinctly the sound of someone eating. I checked my mom's room, and she was fast asleep, hadn't moved from her bed. Heart pounding, I went back to my room. I'd barely sat down on my bed when the sound started again. Forks against plates, the subtle scrape of a knife, even what sounded like someone setting down a glass. I got up immediately and rushed back to the kitchen. Again, the sound stopped as soon as I started walking down the hallway. Again, the kitchen was empty, everything untouched. This happened 4 more times that night. Each time I'd go back to my room, the sounds would start. Each time I'd investigate, they'd stop, only to begin again when I returned to my bedroom. It felt like whatever was making the noise was playing with me, drawing me out deliberately, watching me check an empty kitchen over and over. By the 5th time, I was terrified. I sat on my bed hearing those sounds and decided I wasn't going to investigate again. I wasn't going to play its game. I put in earbuds, turned my music up loud, and eventually fell asleep as dawn was breaking. The next day, I told my mom what happened. She looked concerned, but suggested it might be the neighbors' noises traveling through the walls or pipes. I wanted to believe her, but I knew what I'd heard. It wasn't muffled or distant. It sounded like it was happening right in our kitchen. I was jumpy all day, dreading nightfall. I considered staying at a friend's place, but ultimately decided to stay home. Part of me wanted proof that I wasn't imagining things. That evening, the very next day after the silverware incident, something happened that I still can't explain, something that makes me question reality itself. It was around 9:30 at night. My mom had gone to bed early with a headache, and I was sitting on my bed watching videos on my laptop. Milo was curled up beside me. Suddenly, I heard what sounded like a chair rattling in the kitchen, like someone had bumped into it or pulled it out from the table. Milo's head snapped up, his ears perked forward. He was staring intently toward my bedroom door, which was partially open. His whole body tensed, and he made this low, growling sound I'd never heard from him before. I muted my laptop and listened. The apartment was completely silent now. No more chair sounds, no silverware. Just this heavy, waiting silence. Then Milo jumped off the bed and ran under it, which he never does. He's not a skittish cat. Something had genuinely frightened him. I sat frozen, staring at my bedroom door and the slice of dimly lit hallway visible through the opening. The only light on in the apartment was my bedside lamp and the small night light we keep plugged in halfway down the hall. That's when I saw it. From my angle, I could see a portion of the hallway. In that narrow field of vision, I watched as what I can only describe as a solid shadow in the shape of a small child, maybe 5 or 6 years old, ran past my door toward the kitchen. It wasn't transparent or misty, like you'd imagine a ghost to be. It was completely solid, three-dimensional, but with no features, just a pitch-black silhouette moving with the unmistakable gait of a young child. It moved quickly, but not unnaturally fast. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I just sat there, laptop still open on my legs, as my brain tried to process what I'd just seen. After what felt like forever but was probably only seconds, I managed to call out, "Hello?" My voice sounded thin and shaky, even to my own ears. No response. I gathered every ounce of courage I had and got up. Milo hissed from under the bed as I walked toward the door. I opened it fully and looked down the hallway. Empty. The kitchen was dark. The entire apartment was still. I flipped on every light switch I passed as I walked toward the kitchen, my heart hammering so hard I could hear my pulse in my ears. When I reached the kitchen, everything was normal. No chairs out of place, no evidence that anyone or anything had been there. I checked every room, every closet, under every bed. Nothing. I even checked the front door and all the windows, all locked from the inside. I didn't sleep that night. I sat up with all the lights on, Milo eventually emerging from under the bed to sit in my lap, both of us watching the hallway until morning came. Since then, the activity has decreased, but not stopped. I'll still occasionally hear footsteps when no one's there. Things still fall without explanation, but I haven't seen the shadow child again, and the kitchen noises haven't returned. I've been researching the history of our building, trying to find out if a child might have died here, but records for this place are spotty at best. The building's over 80 years old, and who knows what happened in this apartment before my family moved in. What scares me most is that I don't think this entity is attached to the apartment. I think it's attached to me. The activity started when I was a child, stopped for years, and then returned when I became the primary resident of the apartment after my dad passed away last year. I don't know what it wants. Is it a child who just wants to play? Is that why it was making me check the kitchen over and over? Some kind of game? Or is it something darker pretending to be a child trying to lure me into... What? I still live here. I can't afford to move, and honestly, would moving even help if this thing is attached to me rather than the place? I've tried sage, prayers, telling it firmly to leave, all the things the internet suggests. Nothing seems to work completely. Last night, I woke up at 3:25 exactly, the same time I heard the silverware, to find Milo sitting alert at the foot of my bed, staring at my bedroom door. I didn't hear anything, but I knew something was there, watching us. I don't know what to do next. I don't know if I should try to communicate with it or if that would make things worse. All I know is that something is here with me, something that can manipulate physical objects, something that looks like a child but moves through my home like a shadow, and I'm terrified it's only a matter of time before it does more than drop my hairbrush or make noises in the kitchen.